Tales of the Reincarnated Lord. Chapter 501 Lorist's Preparations. The rain poured continuously. "We'll rendezvous at Armatrin Harbor," Lorist said as he tapped the red dot on the map with his wooden pointer. "You know, this was our first stop on our way north with the convoy. Armatrin is the only port within Lormo." The meeting room was quite empty. Only Charade, Spiel, Keaton, Malak, Kimura, Terman, and Reedy were present. Apart from Spiel, Keaton, and Kimura, the rest went all the way back to the days of the convoy. "I picked Armatrin because it's only a day and a half away from Hyde Gold Bay, and only 2 from the front lines. Even if North Sea can't destroy Invincible as planned, it won't stop us from reinforcing Bluewek. It would be ideal if they did, then we could strike Moronti from there, but failing that won't derail our plans. Our minimum goal, then, is to reinforce the king. We'll take over the city's defenses and free some of his troops up so he can go on the offensive. I have no intention of driving my men into the enemy lines for just Yunj Chandler. We might have invested some in its development, but it's still a very poor province. It's not worth thousands of my subjects' lives. If this were also the only motivation, I wouldn't even have bothered going to war. But we need to teach the Union a lesson. They crossed my bottom line when they marched into my territory and joined in on our personal internal issues. They even dared to march on our forbidden grounds, slaughter our people there, and steal our secrets. They will pay back their transgression 10 times over." Everyone knew Lorist was spouting bullshit. He wanted to plunder Moronti, and this was just a convenient excuse. It was the richest city on the continent. He could probably make his entire fortune over in just that city, a fortune that took him a year and 5 provinces to accumulate. It would also be the biggest medal under his belt possible, since he would be the first man in history to conquer the city. Lorist would never admit it, however. He had to have an excuse that included everyone. Even if everyone knew why they were really going, appearances were still important. Genalio sat in a corner of the room noting everything down. His transcript would be copied and sent out to every city, town, village, fort, and outpost in Lorist's territories. It would eventually even make its way to Hanayabarta and Chirsia. It was also meant to make the men more capable in combat. History had proven time and time again that troops that believed justice was on their side fought harder and raided more thoroughly than when they either didn't know, or thought it wasn't. This war should not have happened in the first place. The Union occupied the Empire's territory unjustly. Andanak bears the Empire's heritage and had to retake its lands. His Majesty didn't want to fight this war, he just wanted to take the land rightfully his. The Union betrayed our trust and threw their name in the dirt. His Majesty even rolled out the white road for them, but they spat on it. They are the cause for this war. We must punish them for their shame and vile behavior. You, my men, my trusted children, have been chosen to bring down the sword of justice down on these demons. Fight. Fight knowing that you don't do this for yourself or your kings or lords. You fight for your family, your parents, your siblings, your wives, and your children." Lorist wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, he only had to give the speech for a couple of people in a small room. He didn't think he had a thick enough skin to lie through his teeth to thousands of loyal subjects when he could see them staring at him. This whole business was Malak's idea, God smite him. Lorist really need to hire a speechwriter. He knew charade was bad, but he didn't think he was no good either. Genalio finished recording the nonsense and handed the draft to him. He signed it after giving it the once-over and handed it back. After finishing with the bullshittery, it was time for serious business. "Our agreement to reinforce the king will give us Yunj Chandler. I'm making Shadecamp the governor. Charade, see to it that the necessary staff are assigned to him. He'll report to you, so you should also make sure everything stays on track. If I may, Your Grace, Shadecamp is dealing with wild husbandry. We'll need to fill his position there if we move him. How about Hector? Make whatever arrangements are needed. Spiel, we'll develop wild husbandry and Yunj Chandler at the same time. Adjust the budget accordingly. I will, Your Grace. Keaton, I'm putting you in charge of the reformed constabulary. I want only the best, most loyal men. We can't afford mistakes, don't disappoint me. Don't worry, Your Grace. I will make sure only the most loyal men are selected, and I'll swap them out every couple of years to make sure they don't get too cozy anywhere. Good. We can't have any more wavering or split loyalties. They have to be upright individuals whose lives will be the examples for the peasantry. They also won't be allowed to get involved in the local governments and other matters of administration. Understood, Your Grace. Malak, what's the status of our active forces? Malak stood up and flipped through a folder in his hands. Firm Rock should be on Sai Laoaz by now. They'll weather the rainy season there before moving on to Armatrin, where they'll wait for the go-ahead to march to the king's aid. Tigersaur and Jaeger are camped outside Venades. They'll march to Armatrin once the rains stop and join Firm Rock. The Sentry Legion moved out by sled and ski a week ago and have reached Floater Creek, where they're busy setting up the first supply hub. Kimura is responsible for the supplies, and will take over all the ministry's logistics once he takes his post. General Turman and I will stay here and retrain the domain's garrisons. They'll be a loyal, reliable force when we're done with them, I promise. Lorist nodded. He looked at Turman, was seated beside Malak. Are you frustrated I didn't allow the Night Brigade to deploy? You've had to sit back for 2 battles. I'm sure your knights are getting restless. We obey your orders without question. We just hope to be given a chance to prove ourselves. It's not that I don't want to let you take part, we need a reliable force to hold down the fort here. You saw what happened the last time we didn't. I made you the deputy chief of the Special Investigations Unit so you could help settle everything faster. You will get your chance, my friend. I will look forward to that day. The key to this battle is North Sea. Malak, Senbad made his report and asked to be held responsible for the 2 blitzes and 4 LLDAWs we lost. Does the ministry have any thoughts? We've looked into it, determined that the Admiral is not responsible. He didn't make any mistakes or give any wrong orders. The fault lies with the Commodore, who fell for the enemy's trap, but he went down with his ship, so there's no one to be held responsible. The Admiral deserves praise for salvaging the situation and preventing the enemy from capturing our ships. Do you believe North Sea can defeat Invincible? It will be difficult, but it's possible. We've only faced a flotilla in combat so far, not the whole fleet. We can be certain our next engagement will be with at least double that number. The Union will undoubtedly deploy their remaining 2 flotillas and sail into combat with whatever is left of the 4th. We just don't have the numbers. 14 blitzes isn't enough, even with the other ships that will be armed with cannons added. We can't match Invincible. Don't worry about ships. Bullhorn Bay's shipyards are working day and night to finish every ship they can. Grandmaster Sid has fashioned 300 bronze cannons, and 16 we had on the whaling ships have also been moved to the larger ships. By the 4th month we'll still have a further 80 ships waiting to be retrofitted. I don't doubt we'll have the numbers and firepower to fight the enemy. As long as our captains, commodores, and admiral are trustworthy, we'll win. We still have a shortage of capable high-tier fighters. Senbad reported that he saw a blade master slaughtering his way across one of the Blitz's decks before he sank it. We don't currently have anything to match that. A sinister smile cracked Lorist's face. High-tier fighters? No problem. I, Reedy, and Shus will head for Sai Laoaz after the rainy season and join the fleet. I wonder if Invincible has a Sword Saint. Chapter 502 Intel and Final Battle. There is an old sailor's tale of a port named Inaba. It lies on the western coast. The emperor burnt it to the ground and sank an entire flotilla in the harbor. They say that if a ship anchors in the harbor for more than a night it will sink on its next voyage. Ghosts patrol the streets, and whoever passes through the city will smell of burnt flesh for months and have nightmares about burning alive every night. Urgent news, Your Grace! Cried Tarkle as he rushed into the study. They were in Silao's Seaview Manor. Lorist had been lodging there for a couple of days now. A little over 20 days past the end of the rainy season, he bade his wife and concubines farewell. He finally felt released from his cage. It was all Ariatali's fault for being such a busybody. She wrote after the rainy season to announce he had a new daughter, named Iri. Ariatali gave her the Dina name, of course, and told Lorist he needed to prepare a dowry for when she eventually got married. Ariatali's letter made Sylvia go berserk. None of the 3 women who were not yet pregnant wanted to lose to this outside woman, so they kept writing Lorist for a child. Daisy finally fell pregnant near the end of winter, but Sylvia and Fenazali were still barren. With half of the 4th month past, Lorist finally excused himself for Silao's. Women are nothing but trouble. How on earth did people manage harems? Sylvia wanted another son, her eldest needed a little helper for when he inherited his father's title. His concubines didn't have any thoughts on the position of heir, they just wanted a lot of children that could accompany them when they got older. Unfortunately, children weren't born from will alone and desire alone. There was an element of luck involved, and their partner had to be fertile. Once a day was fine, and twice was exciting, but 3 times. Well, it was still bearable for a sort saint, but he had 2 concubines and a wife who each wanted 3 rounds a day. He couldn't refuse the child-crazed Sylvia, and if she got it, then the other had to, as well, lest he have a second rebellion on his hands. And this one would make him the envy and laughingstock of the entire continent, a rebellion over his loins rather than his throne. Now that he was at Silao's, there were no women by his side and he felt like the skies were bluer than ever, the air was fresher and he was more energetic. Before, his legs would feel soft when he woke up to train. But these days, he felt energized whenever he got up, filled to the brim with vigor. He couldn't help but admit his ancestors in his past life were right. Lust truly was the blade that shaved one's bones. Fortunately, he managed to weather through it. Tarkal saw Lorist half asleep on his sunbathing chair when he entered the study. Lorist was making the best use of the calm before the storm to catch up on sleep he knew he would lose once things got going. Their offensive would be launched at the end of the month when the last ship's retrofits were complete. Senbad led the 14 Blitz-class warships back to sea when the rainy season ended. He didn't come across any enemy ships, however. Even smugglers were few and far in between. The whole stretch from Hydegold Bay to the Golden Coast was deserted. Something was obviously off. Senbad took the risk to barge into Hydegold Bay only to be pushed back by the 4th Flotilla. Tarkal sent a few agents to the bay, but he didn't hear back from them once they left. Not a peep. Well. Lorist mumbled as he sat up, what's going on? Do we have word from the bay? Nothing. Our informants in Jigda sent word. Invincible's 1st Flotilla and 50,000 of the kingdom's forces are headed to Chikder's dominion. They'll join up with the 2nd Flotilla and escort a massive convoy to the bay. From there they are set to move on Silao's. The reports are trustworthy. If the reports were right, then everything made sense. The Union's fleet was going all out and they were no doubt betting everything on this convoy and wouldn't let it go easily. Jigda was also quite clearly completely in bed with the Union if there was any doubt. This also confirmed that the Union was not going to surrender. They had to be crushed completely. The reports are trustworthy, Your Grace. My agents are disguised as vets. There is no suspicion about them at all, so there's no chance they were fed false information to fool us. They've also learned that the Jigda forces being sent with the fleet is the Duke's most elite legion, the Firebirds. They bribed a captain to let them go along to Chikder. They've confirmed everything in their report with their own eyes. Their original plan was to sail to Moranti before heading to one of our hubs to report, but they ran into talk along the way and were brought here. The 2 flotillas will set sail from Chikder's harbors on the 10th of the 5th, they have to restock first. We expect at least 800 ships. Lorist caught his breath. The entire fleet must be at least around 1,300. That was nearly 100 ships for every ship he had. They cannot reach the bay. Lorist exclaimed. If such a convoy's supplies were to reach the front line, they would lose the plains within the month. They might even wipe Auguslo out completely, which would leave the path into the kingdom open and no one left to stand against them. Genalio, gather everyone. Also, get me 100 gold fords. Genalio soon returned with 5 heavy pouches. Tarkal, give this to your agents. Tell them I'm giving this to them personally as thanks for their hard work. Understood, Your Grace, Tarkal bowed. All right. Come back quickly. I need you in the meeting as well, said Lorist with a wave before he started brainstorming in front of the massive map of the continent. The meeting started right after lunch. Every captain in the fleet was present. Tarkal brought them up to speed. The room burst into a roar the moment he finished. Everyone was shocked. Even if North Sea had superior ranged combat abilities, they didn't have the ammunition to sink 1,300 ships, never mind win in a fight. The more extreme insisted they use the sea wolf tactic. As long as there were enough ants, even an elephant could be bitten to death. The problem was that only the 14 Blitz-class warships could execute that tactic. Other ships weren't fast enough. If they got into a fight, they were committed. Some conservatives suggested they withdraw and fortify Silaoas instead. If they could put cannons on forts along the coast and draw the enemy fleet in, they stood a chance. If need be, they could draw the fight onto the island itself while the blitzes whittled the enemy down from the sea. Lorist slapped the table. That won't work. Yes, we can win against Invincible if we fight on Silaoas, but then we'll lose the war, regardless. If that convoy reaches the bay, it won't matter whether we win against the fleet or not. The supplies and reinforcements will bolster the Union and we'll lose on land. They'll wipe out the king and his forces and take the entire kingdom. We have to sink the convoy, or at least force them to turn around. If we have to sacrifice North Sea, then that's what we have to do. We can rebuild the fleet, but we can't hold on to our lands if we lose the kingdom. Yes, we will face an unprecedented force. But don't forget that 800 of the fleet are just transports. We can ignore them mostly and focus on the escorts. 400 is still a lot, but it's manageable. Remember that by the time we face them, we'll have another 500 cannons. Lorist was right. Apart from the 300 cannons Sid had made for the fleet, the artillery brigade's cannons had also been requisitioned. Today's the 24th of the 4th. The convoy sets sail on the 10th of the 5th. We won't allow them to reach the bay. Senbad, take our blitzes to Chikdar. You're to harass them the moment they leave port. Don't stop until you run out of ammunition. We can't, Your Grace. We can at most be at sea for 20 days before our supplies run out, and it takes 17 just to get to Chikdar and we have no way to resupply along the way. We can't even manage a round trip. Then build supply points along the way. We can use Ainaba. I'll send the whaling ships and 60 of our medium ships. We'll turn Ainaba into our forward supply base. It's too dangerous. What if the 4th flotilla notices and attacks? Senbad asked. No worries. I've had Uncle Torin bring 40 ships to Silaoas. He can keep the 4th flotilla busy. We don't have much time. We have to move quickly to turn this around. All right, dismissed. Make your preparations, we depart in 2 days. Yes, Your Grace. Chapter 503 Captain Woodlace's Worries. Thunderous booms echoed across the waves. Captain Woodlace had heard it came from Norton cannon fire. He could only hear the cries and screams of terror around him. When he realized the nearby ships were still in intact condition and maintained their formation, he breathed a sigh of relief. Mermaid's Song, his dam was his pride and joy, it could carry 5 tons of goods. The hard fight and sacrifice of 3 generations of his family, his grandfather, father, and now himself, had culminated in Mermaid's Song. She was his kingdom, and he was king. He had no interest in putting his ship on the line in someone else's war, but he had no choice. When one of the Big Six demanded something, no one dared not give it. And so, he was now in the midst of a war zone, sailing with over 1,000 other ships in what must be the biggest naval convoy in history, listening to ships exploding and people dying all around while he prayed he and his ship didn't become one of them. When he first got the order, he quickly made inquiries with his connections and learned why they were mobilizing so many ships so forcefully. Invincible was fighting with North Sea and they'd lost badly. Port Inaba had also been torched. North Sea had also captured almost every ship that sailed the surrounding waters for the whole season. Among them were ships and Captain Woodley's knew, a few could even be counted as friends. Ima, Dragonfly, Molinmadron were just 3 that had been captured. He even heard rumors that North Sea's ships could spew fire and decimate ships from unheard of distances. One connection told him it had something to do with the dwarves and their gunpowder and cannons. The Union was utterly reliant on the sea to keep their soldiers on the plains supplied and reinforced, they could not afford to lose the sea. But that's what had happened for the last 4 months. They were desperate, and this convoy was their last answer, their last hope. This was their lifeline, not just for their war on land, but for their war on the sea as well. They desperately needed to resupply their armies, but they also needed to boost their navy's morale. They had to win a victory, and one that didn't cost them half their deployed ships. Captain Woodley's was one of the people they were trying to reassure. He suspected this voyage was not going to be peaceful, and, indeed, it wasn't. The danger began even before they'd left port. He was woken the night before they were scheduled to set sail by explosions. North Sea had attacked the bay where the convoy was anchored. He couldn't be more thankful that his ship was anchored the furthest away from the bay's entrance. Smoke was blotting out the stars by the time he got onto the balcony and he could see the glow on the horizon from the burning ships. It might well have become a second Inaba had the fleet's swifts not taken immediate action and chased their attackers away. He thought of that glow every time he went to bed. The attack delayed their departure by a week while the bay's entrance was cleared of the burning wrecks. The men who saw the attack were forbidden to talk about it, but the grapevine could not be silenced. The fleet had apparently suffered heavy losses in the initial attack and during the chase that followed. They lost 50 medium supply ships and 20 DAWs and 30 swifts. The Nordens, on the other hand, didn't even suffer a single injury or a chip on their boats. It seemed the flotilla's commanders finally realized they weren't up against mere pirates, because they issued a new voyage plan the day before departure. Instead of sailing straight across the open sea to Hide Gold Bay, they would not hug the coast all the way. This upped the travel time from 21 days to over 40. It was almost funny that the biggest fleet in history had to sneak along the coast like a small smuggler ship, but Woodley's knew this was the best option. The coast would force their enemy to attack from a predictable direction and kept them from being surrounded. Normally this would also mean that the ships would be cornered and could not escape, but the fleet's size made that a moot concern. The escort's main concern wasn't defeating North Sea, at least not for now. They had to keep the convoy safe until they reached Hide Gold Bay. They would focus on escort duty until then and only bother with a full-on confrontation once they reached the bay. The coast meant that the relatively smaller escort could better protect the convoy since they only had to defend one side, and it also meant that any damaged transports could beach themselves and save their cargo. This is the 3rd time, mused Woodley's as he listened to the distant booms. The coast was safer, but they weren't sailing fast enough for his taste. They were indeed crawling along. They'd been at sea for 21 days and they weren't even halfway yet. The first attack was the one in the bay. The second came 14 days into their journey. It lasted 3 days. He suspected the enemy only withdrew because they ran out of either shells or gunpowder. Their escorts were quite a bit fewer when they returned. He couldn't be sure, but they certainly hadn't lost any less than 50, 70 was more likely. After that attack, 10 sailors were moved onto Mermaid's Song. Woodley's was told it was to protect the ship in case the enemy broke through, but everyone knew they were rescued from the sunken ships and the escort didn't have space for them. He had his quartermaster and a few midshipmen make merry with them for a few days, after which they let slip a few details of the battle. The enemy admiral was very cunning, it seemed. He only had 14 ships, but he sank numerous ships. He skillfully kept his fleet at their maximum range and peppered the escorts from there. If the escorts turned to pursue them, he'd run away and keep peppering the enemy as he withdrew. The escorts couldn't just keep chasing the detachment either, they had to stay close to the fleet. When they turned around to return to the fleet, the enemy admiral would also turn around and start peppering them again. The escort fleet had tried a couple of times to set a few traps for their harassers, but they never fell for them. Woodleys also learned a bit about the ships attacking them. They were very powerful. Their cannons could do significant damage all the way up to what seemed to be their maximum effective range, about 300 meters. They fired iron balls about the size of a big fist which shredded through hull, deck, and mast alike. The most talkative of the bunch was a man named Shira. He seemed very happy to babble about the enemy when alcohol lubed his lips. Woodleys didn't know how he'd gotten by without being whipped regularly all this time. The fleet didn't like babblers. So we really can't sink just a few enemy ships with our entire fleet? Surely their cannons can't sink our entire fleet before we've surrounded and closed in on them, complained Woodleys. Shira burped, why you don unersten. North Shay is really hard o catch. They sail much faster and are much more agile than our warship share. If we shash 'em, they'll draw a shout to Shay and shink a share. We shent theory ship share AFERM on Shi and only 3 came back. Initially, our rammers poshed a huge threat om. The lash ime, we managed o shash em away with os little rammers lashed time. But recently, they come with a cruel counter me as sure. You know Normel met L cannonballs re about the diameter f a bowl, right? Heek be but they've an even small r1, pellet share of t the shiis of a fin girdip. Each shot they fire launch a hun rd and they'll spread all ovr. For this, they'd she thaw she larg our cannonballs o fire a the ram rsh a miss 7 ou of 10. Now they've switched o these pellet share. They le the ram rshge claw she and fire when they're 60 met rsh away. The poor bastard shus vanish. Woodleys cursed his curiosity from that day onwards. Every night he'd wake up in a cold sweat, dreaming of his ship being torn to shreds, and watching his crew crawling into his cabin, half shredded, cursing at him for bringing them to their deaths. He decided he'd escape the moment he got the chance. He'd wait for the escorts near him to chase after the Nortons and make a break for it. If he ran into the Nortons, he'd wave the white flag and plead for his ship. He was fine with having to spend some time under scrutiny if he could just keep his ship and crew. It wasn't like he really had a side in the war. He just wanted to keep trading. The next attack started a week after the previous one. They definitely had a supply base nearby. No way they could get to Silaoas, resupply, and return in just 7 days. He didn't even want to think about the other possibility, which was that these weren't the same ships, and that they actually have a massive fleet waiting for them somewhere up ahead. He didn't care who won the battle, he just wanted to make it out alive with his ship intact. He stroked the white flax cloth in his hands as the cannons boomed in the background. He carried the white flag with him all the time lately. Chapter 504 Confident of Victory. The army too confident in its victory, will lose the hardest. Cape Romani. Also, the end of the Titanini Mountains. We can't hug the coast anymore. The Rita head forces us to head out to sea. Once we're past the Cape, it just another 3 days to Inaba, then 3 more to Hyde Gold Bay. Unfortunately House Norton is waiting for us on the waters just off the Cape. It seems they plan to stop us here or sink trying. We should thank Captain Bluden for risking his ship to bring us this intel. If he hadn't charged after the detachment after their last attack, we'd be sailing into their ambush blindly. He says the Nortons have deployed 16 massive ships at least double our biggest DA, but not as big as our Sabnum class. They also have 100 DAs and 40 SAMs on patrol. The 12 ships that ve been harassing us are keeping an eye on our flank, sandwiching us to between them and the reef. Lord Admiral, Viscount Penelope, tapped the map with his wooden pointer as he explained. His cabin on board the fleet's flagship was packed with the fleet's commodores and rear admirals. The atmosphere was tense. Penelope couldn't help but sigh. How many times already had he seen these faces? How many times had these commanders been ferried over by rowboat to his ship to sit in on the latest casualty report? When they first got together to get the announcement about this trip, they almost literally fought one another for a spot on the escort fleet. They only calmed down when they heard they were all going. Now they didn't even have the energy to frown or get angry when they heard how many ships were sunk and how many had died in the latest attack. Then again, it would have been more surprising if they weren't like this now. They'd suffered 4 attacks and 4 pursuits, they'd lost 200 ships as a result. Most were rammers and saws, but the enemy only had 14 ships and they couldn't even scratch them. They couldn't even console themselves that their losses were suffered chasing off the enemy. The Nortons only left once they ran out of munitions, not because they were chased off. Everyone's noses had been red with pride when the 2 flotillas met up, the 2 sides betting and having fights over who would get the most kills and the most glory, and laughing at the 3rd and 4th flotillas' incompetence. They were all technically part of the same fleet, but each flotilla was backed by a different guild and crewed mainly by people from that guild, so competition was fierce and there was very little love lost between the 4 flotillas. Twinhead Dragon backed the 1st flotilla, the 2nd and 3rd belonged to Chictor, and the 4th was shared between the other 5, now 4, guilds. While the first 3 were quite competitive against one another, it was all mostly just spirited banter and competition, but they all looked down on the 4th. It was the bastard child no one liked. Despite that, while it was in the worst shape of the 3 still standing, it still stood, whilst the 3rd didn't exist anymore, so everyone mocked and insulted it ruthlessly. If the 4th could cause some damage to the Nortons, then the 1st and 2nd could surely wipe them out completely. The 4th had warned that the Nortons had very powerful ranged attacks, but because it was the 4th, the 1st and 2nd didn't take it seriously. And even if what they said was true, the enemy only had a few left. What could they do against hundreds of ships all charging at them at once? Their tune had changed now, however. These meetings were usually very boisterous, and it was hard to get everyone to settle down so the meeting could start, but now no one spoke. Everyone just sat quietly and waited for their admiral to start. When they first came together back in Chictor's domain they didn't really do much planning. They just boasted about how many kills they'd get and bet on how quickly they'd take Silaoas. Now, they sat quietly and waited to be told the latest bad news. The first attack had shown them the enemy could be thorny, but they had still been very confident, especially when their response chased the attackers away, even if the losses were quite a bit more than expected. The subsequent attacks, however, shook them completely. They'd sailed for almost a month and had been attacked 4 times, but had not inflicted a single casualty on their enemy. They hadn't even caused a single gold ford's damage to the ship's paint. They'd tried to take the initiative by setting a number of traps which they hoped the enemy commander would take in his arrogance and lack of understanding, but he didn't take the bait. They'd thought they could swarm the Nortons with their rammers, but the enemy quickly identified and exploited the small ship's weakness. In order to maximize their boarding contingent, the ships didn't have any ranged weaponry or archers, so the Norton ships would just sit and wait for them to get close, then shower them with volley after volley of small pellets packed like grapes into their cannons' barrels. A single full broadside from one of those ships could make several rammers just disintegrate. It was like blowing a dandelion, everything was there the one moment, and gone the next. When the 3rd attack came, the rammers refused to sail at all. Even the punishment for insubordination wasn't as bad as the fate of those that sailed against the Norton's black ships. And this came from men who crewed rammers. They were already the bravest in the fleet. If even they refused to face the enemy, how bad would it be if the rest of the fleet was to sail against the enemy once or twice? Rather than spend their time before each battle sharpening their swords and polishing their armor, the men on board the ships spent their time checking that they had enough rations to spend several days floating at sea, that the straps on either armor would come loose quickly enough so they wouldn't be dragged one and drown, and making sure which direction the coast was. They weren't men preparing for battle, but men preparing to abandon ship. Once his briefing was finished, Penelope waited for his captains and rear admirals to give their input, but even several minutes later they had yet to show even the tiniest hint of getting involved. "Am I shouting at corpses?" he barked, slamming his pointer into pieces on the desk. "Did someone cut off your balls last night? Or did they take your tongue instead? If you don't get your act together, I'll kill you myself and use your corpse as ammunition when we face North Sea. Are you captains and admirals of Invincible or pirates?" His rage finally lit the last embers of pride left in the men's hearts. Their faces slowly regained color, and they stood up, hands on their hearts. "If they want to kill us, we'll drag them down with us. No, we'll send them on their way alone. I'll take the vanguard. I want the first kill. I will sink 5 ships before I let mine drink water. Let us fight, Admiral. We will not let those bastards sail on our waters any longer." "Cannons? What cannons? They are no match for our courage." The cheers suddenly stopped, leaving the man who spoke last flailing his arm in the air in the silent room awkwardly. The mention of the enemy's cannon was like a bucket of cold water. It immediately sobered up everyone drunk on their own pride. The man lowered his arms, coughed once and walked over to Penelope with a warm smile. The captains wanted to ridicule him for bringing up their bane, but they couldn't. He was Chictor's young master, Sarihanum, and currently the Reed Admiral in command of Chictor's fleet. "Young master, do you have any basis for your claims?" one captain asked, having finally scrounged up the courage. "Yes. You will find out soon enough. They attacked us several times now. In total they've sunk 129 Swifts, 86 Saws, 13 Sams, and 15 Daws. See the pattern? They're sinking mostly small ships." "Yes, part of it is because we've sent mostly small ships at them, but the bigger ships we did send out lost a much smaller proportion than the small ones, and many returned with damage from the engagements. This means they can take a few hits and still keep going. We lost 7 Daws in the first attack, 2 of which sank because they caught fire, not because they were blown apart by cannon fire. We sent out a lot more Daws in the later attacks and they were only sunk after taking a heavy beating. Windsor, one of my ships, took several hours of beating and is still afloat. I also noticed something when I inspect the damage on some of the ships. One shot pierced through the ship's hull near the supply deck. It shot through the hull and into our stash of flour. It burns heat scorched some of the flour, but besides that and the hole in the hull it did no damage. We tried something out when we sent Windsor after them after that last attack. We packed our stores against the hull to absorb more of the shock. As you know, Windsor made it out. We counted 40 cannonballs when we checked the ship after it returned." The meeting room erupted into cheers. If Sarihanum wasn't lying, they now had an effective way to fight back. If they packed their supplies, especially their sacks of grain and flour against their hulls, they could ignore the fire and just charge right at the enemy ships. They would still suffer heavy casualties and lose many ships, but this gave them a much better chance. Seeing the atmosphere finally becoming rowdy again, Penelope smiled and thanked the young master sincerely. "House Norton won't think of this, so they won't expect us to last this long or do what we're going to do. We now have a way to blast them to smithereens." Sarihanum bowed at everyone's thanks. "The Nortons are expecting a big fight, what will we do?" asked Penelope. "Give it to them. Smash them to bits. Victory to Invincible!" roared the rest of the room. Penelope nodded and tapped on the map with a splinter of his wooden pointer. "They're planning to stop or sink our whole fleet in this fight. But we won't let that happen. We have 300 ships, and all 4 are Sabnums. Chictor has another 100 ships. We outnumber them and now have a counter for their cannons. We'll send them to the bottom of the sea. Victory is ours. Chapter 505 Decisive Naval Battle. Never underestimate your enemy. No tactic, however brilliant, will work if you cannot predict the enemy's response. The waves roiled non-stop from all around. Lorist stood tall on the deck of his whaling boat, copper telescope in hand. He gazed at the shapes on the horizon. His lips crept into a smile. They still haven't had enough of Sinbad's beating. As expected of Invincible. I thought they would attack at night to avoid being shot at by the cannons. I didn't think they would actually come out to fight in the middle of the day. I don't know if they're brave or desperate. I shouldn't complain though, I like enemies better this way. It was the 7th of the 6th. Dawn was fading, and the sun shone brightly, a perfect day for barbecue. If only he hadn't stood watch the whole night. He fell asleep just before dawn and missed the most beautiful time of the day. Genalio woke him shortly after it passed, informing him that the enemy had just come into sight. He couldn't understand why they didn't attack at night. His cannons wouldn't be nearly as accurate then. They hadn't moved an inch the whole night and now they were charging with the sun to just above the horizon to the east. I doubt this is just a probe, said he. Wasn't the enemy commander being too foolish? They were charging right into what they had to know was a kill zone. This wasn't bravery, it was suicide. The sea forced captains to be offensive, but one could be smart. The 16 whaling ships lined up port broadside to the enemy. The wind blew along the line and tried to force them out of formation, so they had to drop anchor to stay in position. This also meant they couldn't run if things somehow went badly. It was do or die. This battle would decide everything. Lorist was confident though. 10 windows opened on the first deck below on each ship. Each ship had 10 to a side. It was nothing to smirk at, but it was just barely over half the complement of each blitz, which had 18 to a side. Sid had been busy the whole winter. He toiled day and night to retrofit the fleet. All in all, the fleet was now 320 cannons stronger than before the retrofit. Half sat on these 16 whaling ships. The rest were put on DAWs. Each ship only got 4, so Lorist put the artillery regiment on them to make up for the shortfall. It added 10 cannons to each ship on the top deck. They weren't limited to being 5 to a side though. The artillery regiment's cannons, being designed for land-based use, were wheeled, so they could be moved from one side to the other, making them far more powerful than their numbers suggested. The 40 surplus cannons were fitted on saws, each got one on its nose with which to chase down fleeing enemies and take on the enemy's rammers. Jusk and Genalio stood by Lorist's side. Reedy and Shuss were assigned to the 2 whaling ships at the end of the line. The 3 contingents could quickly respond to any enemy blade masters that attack anywhere on the line. Jusk and Ovides were the only men he'd brought with him from the legions. Jusk had disobeyed orders and should be in wild husbandry as punishment, but he was one of Lorist's most trusted subordinates and friends. It was tough on Freyar to exercise authority over the man so close to his lord and who was the legion's father, so Lorist took this opportunity to give him a break. He could also use Jusk's power and accuracy to incapacitate enemy ships as he had done all those years ago. Ovides was there to do what he did best: fire catapults. Despite having 10 cannons apiece, the whaling ships still felt underarmed, so Lorist fitted them with 20 catapults each. He could probably fit more caraballisti, but they weren't effective against big hulking masses of wood. And it never hurt to have more weaponry to take care of ships that got too close. A horn echoed from above their heads, the lookout. Enemies spotted. 60 DAWs in the front, those behind unknown. At least 400 in total. 4 Sabnums in their midst as well. 500 marks enclosing. A kilometer. It wouldn't take long for them to arrive. The enemy had the one thing in their advantage that counted most for their tactic: the wind. It had shifted in the last couple of minutes and now blew at their backs, giving them the maximum speed they could get. Tell Sinbad to flank them with the blitzes. Keep them from going around the line. Push them into our kill zone. Do they really think they can run us over with sheer numbers? Genalio sent the order up to the crow's nest. The lookout blared a series of short, sharp horn blasts and started waving his signal flags. Soon the signals fluttered down the line to the two fringes where Senbad's contingents sat, waiting. A few minutes later the flags fluttered his acknowledgement back and a number of black dots began pulling away from the formation, heading towards the enemy in a wide arc. Cannon fire soon followed. Their ships were very close to the enemy formation, probably just 200 meters, making maximum use of their power. The ships left white snakes in their wakes which the wind carried over to the line of wailing ships. Their fire seemed to have no effect though. 2 more volleys only made 2 daws slow slightly, the rest continued on as if nothing was happening. 200 marks and closing, the lookout reported. Lorist focused on one of the struck ships and noticed white powder leaking out of the holes in its hull. When he checked the deck, he saw sacks stacked all along the outside of the deck. Smart little bastards! No wonder they'd yet to sink a single ship. If the enemy thought this was enough to turn the tide, they were sorely mistaken. Lorist would teach the entire continent what it meant to charge his fleet today. Fire the first volley when they're 300 meters away and switch to change shot. Hit their masts and sails. The flags waved again, all the way down the line. There was no point in switching to change shot now. It would take them longer to reload than to fire and then load again. They could not afford to waste any firing time. 150 marks and closing. The lookout's voice was drowned out by cannon fire. Every ship up and down the line shuddered as they spewed fire and smoke. It blinded everyone for a few dozen seconds, but the steady breeze pushed it over the decks and out of the way, revealing the enemy. The largest barrage in history had just been fired, but to little effect. He could see the ripples of several hundred shots in the water. 200 had fallen short. Only the closest 2 daws shook as dozens of holes popped into existence in their hulls. They lost direction, sliding to one side and slowly started to list. Can't be helped, I suppose, Lorist sighed, the boys only have a few months of experience. How unlucky! 500 cannonballs sank just 2 ships. Very disappointing. Fire! Howard roared on his ship. Everyone covered their ears, but they were still momentarily deafened by the roar. The ship shuddered. Their hearing recovered just in time to hear the last echoes of the low whistle as the cannonballs disappeared towards the enemy formation. The 60 closest enemy ships lost their masts instantly. And started slowing down. The ships behind swerved violently to avoid running into them, some didn't make it and crashed into those in front. The enemy formation came to a halt just 200 meters from the line. A copper whistle pierced the chaos. Dozens echoed down the line. The order to hold fire. Lorist didn't want to waste cannon ammunition. This was why he'd brought the catapults, after all. Fire! Cried Ovides. Wood and rope creaked up and down the line as hundreds of boulders arced through the sky. These boulders were different from those used on land. Those used on land were round so they could bounce better, but here they only hit or missed. They could not bounce off the water's surface. So they were as jagged as they could be found to cause as much damage as possible, even with glancing blows. The first volley was very inaccurate, but that was to be expected. They were, after all, mostly range-finding shots. A few quick adjustments later, the second volley was unleashed. This time the boulders were covered in a flax net, soaked in animal fat, oil, or tar, and set alight. The mixture was a nightmare to put out. Pouring water on it only made it spread faster. The nearest several dozen daws caught fire immediately. Every now and again 1 or 2 people would jump off, some covered in flames. The fire quickly spread to the ships that had crashed into their rear, hoping overusing the fallen masts, or through sparks jumping to the sails. Those not on fire yet, though many were mastless, continued to drift towards the line on their own momentum. A series of booms echoed from the flanks and small explosions of splinters racked the ships to the side, most of the rest losing their masts as well. The enemy was now completely caught. They couldn't sail forward since that way was blocked by burning and sinking ships, they couldn't sail sideways since they were constantly being peppered by Senbad's ships, and their formation was too tight to turn around easily. Even if they did, the wind would be blowing against them. They could make a slow dash for the horizon, but no one expected them to make it. An easy win. Lorist smiled. Smoke rose into the skies and obscured the rest of the fleet, but the enemy could not use it. Senbad would not let them. Enemies, 70 marks. Roared the lookout. What? Lorist gasped. They're pushing the burning wrecks. Ovides. Switch fire to just behind the wrecks. Keep the rocks flying. A mistake, a big mistake. He never thought the enemy would use their own casualties against him. Danger! Cried Genalio as he leapt over. Lorist looked into the sky and saw thousands of glints descending on the ships. This week's quiz question is, who saved Baylor during his childhood confrontation with the necromancer? Chapter 506 Suicide Charge. The point of war is not to die for your country, but to make the other fucker die for his. So if you have no chance of survival, if you are certain to die, make sure you take 10 of those devils with you. Serenum. Why are you panicking? Lorist cried as he drew his sword and shielded Genalio. Clang! 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 He parried more than 10 arrows instantly. Cries of pain rang out all over the rest of his ship. The empty deck had been covered in arrows. The unshielded artillerymen and catapult operators had nowhere to hide, and a third now lay dead and dying. Damn it! Lorist's heart sunk. Most of his men wore a layer of water beast leather that improved buoyancy instead of the usual armor. He trusted in his cannons and thought the enemy would be exterminated long before they had a chance to get into range to use their own weapons. His men were now paying for his short-sightedness. He didn't think Invincible would drag them down with them. They ignored the fact that the 60-plus ships ahead of them had been immobilized and destroyed by the chain shot and flaming rocks. They didn't retreat. Instead, they charged right through their own wrecks. Now they were within range of their own weapons and were beginning to reap his men's lives. The rain didn't stop. Lorist never imagined this would happen. His men were cowering wherever they could, not one of his weapons was returning fire. Only the Invincible fleet could pull this off. They shot one ship at a time. When one had to reload, another took over, making sure that the arrows never stopped falling on their enemies. If only he'd kept a few ballistae he could have returned fire. He couldn't sink ships with them, but they could keep the enemy suppressed while the rest of his weaponry did that job. 60 marks and deck. The crew soon plopped down, its nest empty. Lorist jumped off the deck. Joe, protect Genalio. He rushed to one of the catapults, grabbing its lever and trying to reset it. Ovides rushed over. Let me do it, Your Grace. Lorist drew his sword again and started parrying the incoming arrows. Get a few sacks of gunpowder from the cabin. Have the cannons fire again. Ovides rushed into the cabin despite the rain. Soon, the bronze booming sounded again. They couldn't sink the firing ships easily, but the ones already on fire were a different matter. They were half sunk already. As the flames faded away, the breeze unveiled the enemy. They were on half sail. A few rows behind them came the Sabnums. Their decks teemed with archers. Lorist kicked the lever, and a rock flew. Load the catapult with gunpowder and get me oiled rope. Cut off half and ignite it, quick! Shouted Lorist to Ovides, who was coming out of the cabin with a few sacks of gunpowder. Ovides cut half a piece of oiled rope with his sword just as a flaming arrow landed by his feet, setting the rope on fire. Lorist pulled the lever again, and the catapult sent the bag flying. It quickly turned into a tiny dot. A bright flash exploded just as it was about to hit the deck. The arches in the vicinity vanished. Quick, keep firing like that. Ovides jumped in front of Lorist. Let us do it. Take back command. The surviving sailors heeded the call and soon the second bag of gunpowder flew. There were enough uninjured crew to man 7 catapults. Lorist had one run back and forth below decks ferrying bags of gunpowder for the rest to fire. Lorist and Ovides focused on parrying the arrows. After a flurry of flinging and explosions, the rain stopped. The charging wedge was reduced to AV, but they kept charging. The cannon-equipped ships continued to fire non-stop, with barely any effect. Mainly because the flaming ships shielded the rest. They weren't the usual, flimsy merchant ships. They were ablaze, but they just refused to sink. Penelope hid his head in shame. He had fought 100 battles, but he didn't have his men's bravery. When the 60 Daws lost their masts, collided with the second row, and were being assailed by catapults, he panicked. His first thought was to retreat. He did it in the name of preserving the fleet, but deep down he knew it was just to save his life. It didn't help that no one questioned his order. They'd finally found a countermeasure to the enemy, but these were losses they'd never suffered, and now they were using catapults as well? Was everything with the Norton name behind it destined to be more impressive than anything anyone else had? Even their catapults were better than what his side had. "We can't retreat," called a determined voice just as Penelope announced the order. Sarihanum stood out in the crucial moment and changed everyone's minds. They decided to fight the Norton bastards to the death even if they only bloodied their nose. It wasn't like they would ever get such a chance again. The Nortons were bastards, but they weren't stupid. They'd have a new tactic or technology next time and things would only get worse. This was their one and only chance. "We have a chance at victory as well," Sarihanum shouted. He'd predicted this would happen to the vanguard, so he'd kept their corsairs back. If they could charge through and make it to the enemy ships, they still had all their close quarters strength intact and could wipe the enemy out. Everyone cheered and their resolve returned. The enemy's painful wails shortly after only bolstered their resolve. Not long after, however, the enemy retaliated. A bag with a flaming rope soared over the burning ships and exploded right above their decks. "What the hell? Forget about it!" Sarihanum shouted, "Forget about everything. Just charge forward." The horns blared. The men shouted. The ships charged. Everyone ignored the intermittent explosions, the smell of burnt flesh, and the cries of their friends and comrades. The enemy cannons fired incessantly. The ships shook with every boom. But no one cared anymore. They saw only the devils in front of them and heard only their own desire to kill. A man-sized rock bounced on the deck next to Lorist. The man only glanced at it momentarily before turning back to the enemy ships barreling towards them. "Quick, prepare the chain shot," instructed Howard impatiently. Only 4 of the 10 cannons on the deck were still manned. The rest were abandoned, their crew laying dead or dying somewhere nearby. "We're out!" yelled an artilleryman. Howard watched the enemy ships close in. "Prepare the scatter shot, then. Get a sword or spear for each of you as well. Prepare to repel boarders." His words had barely left his mouth when a massive explosion racked the ship to his left. His eye settled on it just in time to see one of the wheeled cannons splash into the water in front of the ship. "Fuck them! What the hell are they doing?" he roared. Someone must have dropped a match onto the store, or they'd used too much gunpowder and blew up the cannon. The enemy's cheers drifted on the breeze soon after. The enemy's weapon glints were starting to break through the smoke as they closed in. Each rammer had 24 rowers, 12 to a side, and they pulled with all their might. "Rammers! Lower the cannons! Fire the scatter shot!" All the artillerymen were familiar with these rammers. Scatter shot was the most effect. So everyone was ready with it. Unfortunately they were already too close. The shot didn't have time to spread out enough, so they couldn't hit multiple ships with one shot. Only 30 of the incoming 100 were hit. A few seconds later the first rammers made contact. Grappling hooks soon sunk their teeth into the railings, and enemy corsairs started pouring onto the decks. Soon booming cannons were replaced with clanging swords. Lorist's gaze settled on a sabnum nearby. It was ramming into a whaling ship a bit down the line. The ship creaked and started to split in half. It held, only to be swarmed by enemy corsairs like ants swarming a carcass. The crew, still with their cannons, turned them on the boarding enemies and turned them into a paste, but the rest just kept charging. Lorist's gaze froze. Genalio. Yes. Order the saws on the right flank to move in. Form a secondary firing line on the flank and splinter the enemy ships. Bring the guards in the cabin out as well. I'm going to clean up the mess. Yes. Chapter 507 Messed Up Victory. Reputation is half the battle. Duke Fizibalin. Lorist was very frustrated. The overall battle was going as planned, but everything smaller than the broadest direction was completely messed up. This was his second lesson at sea, a second failure to be properly cautious of his enemy. He'd underestimated his enemy's resolve to kill him and his men. There were no fools in the game. He had thought he could conquer the whole battlefield by using anachronistic bronze cannons, but the enemy used such a simple method to counteract him. He couldn't forget this lesson, lest he suffer an even worse one in the future. Half a head wearing a black bandana rose from the railings. The first boarder. The whaling ships weren't very small or low in the water, so his arms had to be tired from the climb. The moment an artilleryman spotted him, he cried and hurriedly picked up the pike. An arrow dug into the head before the artilleryman could strike. The head vanished without a sound. Lorist looked and saw Jisk in the crow's nest. He held his green bow, truly domineering. Not only did he kill every boarder the moment their heads appeared, he even took care of the sailors climbing up the neighboring ships. The enemy corsairs were nailed to the hull like sausages on toothpicks. His display attracted the enemy's attention quickly. A dozen archers fortunate enough to survive the last barrage drew their bows and aimed. Jisk, however, didn't dodge. He merely grabbed a few and shot them back. Howard. We're about to get into CQC. We'll deal with the boarders, you focus on the sabnum just in front. Keep the rest from getting on board. Lorist yelled. Understood. Howard immediately moved 4 cannons to the helm. Agitated cries echoed over from the left. A few daws stuck to a whaling ship. The two sides were fighting on the deck already and its cannons were silent. Of all the combatants fighting up and down the line, Reedy was the most ferocious. No one could stand against him. A few gold-ranked corsairs had charged at him at one point. They were all passed on the deck now. 2,000 guards had come with Lorist, spread across the whaling ships. Each ship had 100 of his guards and 200 corsairs. Most were now caught up in the fighting. One ship's deck was still completely empty, however. The boarders were pouring onto the ship endlessly. Lorist's own ship had no corsairs, just 500 of his guards. They stood side by side with Lorist, ready to face their enemy. Genalio, have the daws withdraw and put some distance between them and the enemy. They have to keep firing. Peel the ticks off our ship. Right away. Be careful. Collision imminent. The whaling ship shook horribly immediately and half the guards lost their footing. The flaming ships clamped between the whaling ships and the Invincible's daws creaked audibly. Their structures were crumbling. Only their frames still remained, like skeletons refusing to die. A few of the burning planks fell onto the ships nearby but nobody bothered. They focused solely on their enemies. Kill them. Countless corsairs jumped over the small gap to the other ship. They couldn't get a grip, however, and simply tumbled into the water. They had to discard their weapons and climb up slowly, searching meticulously for places to grasp with every step. Despite this setback, the enemy ships were soon swarming with invincible corsairs. Those who had and used grappling hooks, were already on deck fighting. They died by the bushel, however. Lorist didn't even get a chance to kill a few, he just stood there watching his men slaughter the enemy. The deck was soon cleared, and the men started flinging javelins, spears, and axes at the men still climbing up the hull or waiting for their turn on the ships below. Those close to grappling hooks cut through the rope, sending those clinging onto them tumbling into the water below or onto the decks below. The ship shook again. It was harsher this time, enough to make Lorist stumble to keep his balance. He turned his gaze in the direction the hit came from and noticed boarders pouring in from 4 dawes on the other side of the ship. He darted over and started harvesting. Soon after the cannons fired again. He caught the aftermath in the corner of his eyes. Several dozen enemies on the nearby Sabnum's decks vanished. Only 2 of the 4 cannons were focused on the ship, however. The other 2 pointed in the opposite direction, firing at a daw to the ship's stern. The charging enemies vanished in an instant, but a few swung onto the ship from their ship's masts. Howard made short work of them but was soon after pushed into a corner by several gold-ranked corsairs fighting together. Jusk noticed this as well and ended one. An instant later Howard struck another, distracted by his comrade's demise. With that, the last boarder on the deck was dead. They now only had to keep mopping up the rest as they tried to climb up. The enemy noticed this unnaturally large ship in the middle of the formation seemed to be faring much better than the rest. It had to be their flagship. A horn sounded and another group of ships charged at it, firing as they went. Howard didn't sit by idly, however. He immediately turned his cannons on the new foes. Jusk jumped down from the nest. A rope caught his feet halfway down, however, and he was left swinging back and forth halfway to the deck. He quickly cut the rope, but landed awkwardly next to Lorist, cursing. As the enemy ships closed in, their more accurate weapons such as bows could be used. The height of Lorist's ship, however, meant they couldn't target the deck directly. Jusk in the crow's nest, however, was a different story. There are at least 100 high-tier fighters and 1,000 or so sailors in total. Howard reported. Let them come. We'll deal with them, you just focus on their decks and ranged weapons. I don't want any nasty surprises again, ordered Lorist. He dearly wanted to have a good slaughter. The enemy had indeed moved their elites to his ship. He saw just over 100 golden blade glows. The rest had silver glows. The 6 in the middle must be their commanders, they gave off the most bloody feeling. Blade masters. It only took Howard's cannons 2 volleys to completely decimate the enemy ballistay. Howard was just about to order another volley when he noticed there was nothing left to shoot at. 2 figures landed on the deck and charged straight for Lorist. He smiled at them warmly, like he was welcoming dear friends to his home for tea, dodged their attacks and beheaded them. Their corpses collapsed limply, spewing fluids over the salty deck. The 10 a bit further away, also charging at him, stopped and stared incredulously at the scene. Hey? What's going on? Weren't you going to come and kill me? Don't chicken out, you cowards. I want a good fight. Step back, Lorist ordered the guards beside him. The men obliged, leaving a small arena in which their lord could enjoy himself. 3 more figures leapt onto the deck and took up positions in front of the 10. What's going on? Asked Penelope. He had held back and allowed his subordinates to go up first. He expected to be greeted by a chaotic melee. Instead his men were just standing there, staring at the enemy. What the hell? El Log, said one. Penelope turned his gaze to the 2 corpses. Weren't they blade masters Abigail and Fesney? He'd duelled Fesney before. The fight lasted 1,000 bouts. The gold-ranked swordsman muttered as he pointed at Lorist, one move. Penelope's heart burst out of his chest. This was not good. He'd forgotten why he didn't want to join this fight. He licked his dry lips. I am the commander of Invincible, Viscount Penelope. Who are you? This is my fleet, Lorist answered. I am Norton Lorist, Duke of the Northlands. I will give you one chance. Everyone charge me at once. I've been waiting all day and my patience is running thin. Come here, you bastards. Fight me already. The Bloodblade Saint, muttered Penelope. Penelope's companion dropped his sword, almost like it had just slipped out of his hand. I surrender. I ask only to be treated as befits my station. I Penelope discarded his weapon unwillingly as well. I also surrender and I ask only to be treated as befits my station. Chapter 508 Meeting after the battle. All's fair in love and war. The clash, soon to be known as the Battle of Cape Romani, would be a matter of debate among historians for generations. Many believed it was the beginning of the age of cannons. House Norton ruled the seas from that day onwards. Many others, however, believed the outcome wasn't as exaggerated as the other thought. They considered the cannons much less of a threat. Invincible did suffer heavy losses, but they didn't think the outcome was as much of an overwhelming victory for North Sea. If Invincible hadn't attacked the 3 ships in the middle where Duke Lorist had been and had instead focused on the flanks, they might even have won. It didn't help that North Sea's performance had been rather lackluster. They'd let their guard down, which was why they were forced into close quarters combat. Their saving grace was that the enemy focused all their elites on their flagship where their sword saint was. Had the enemy instead deployed their elites to other ships, the situation would have been unsalvageable. Unfortunately, that's not what they did. They could not be criticized for their choices too much. What normal force would deploy a newly ascended sword saint to a naval engagement? And what sword saint would agree to fighting on a ship in the middle of nowhere? Sword saints were the absolute pinnacle of power on the continent. Why would they serve on a shitty ship? Lorist, however, was not as pretentious and self-important as was the norm for those of his stature or power. He didn't mind going to the front or duking it out on ships. If his participation could spare his men and end the fighting quickly so he could get back to ruling his lands, he would gladly participate. And he had to admit that he really enjoyed slaughtering helpless weaklings, even more so killing strong opponents after a good fight. For all the arguments about the details, one thing was not disputed. Penelope surrendered without so much as a single sword stroke. He was unlucky to meet such a strong opponent. His surrender broke the fleet's back, and it rooted. Why would you do that? Lorist nearly screamed. The enemy's strongest had finally come and he could have a good fight, only to surrender just as he was raising his sword. Is that why you rushed over? To fucking surrender. I don't want to die, answered Penelope frankly. He regretted his actions already. Why did he have to come to the front line? His gut had told him to steer clear of this place, but he still came. Then again, how was he supposed to know the enemy's single sword saint would be here? He was not going to throw his life away. He'd already earned a fief and a title, so why'd he fight to the death here if he could just surrender, pay the ransom, and return home and live out an early retirement at home? He could not be blamed even if the entire fleet was wiped out. He had not made any mistakes, he had just been unlucky. In fact, the fleet would not have made it even this far if his leadership had not been spectacular. Surrendering to a sword saint after meeting them on the field was no shame. No one could expect him to try to fight the man, nor could anyone criticize him for surrendering to him. Lorist finally understood why his side had been so terrified when they'd run into the Windstrom sword saint that day. Even the usually brash Fisibalin had curled up into a ball. Lorist had been the only one to face his enemy without fear because he already suspected that he himself was also a sword saint. Despite that, he could not accept such an unseemly display, especially not when it robbed him of a good slaughter. Fine, you'll get your treatment. Pick up your swords again and I'll let you take 2 men with you. Order the rest of the fleet to surrender and I'll spare them as well. If you don't, then I'll kill you as well. Lorist gave in. These fools' gaze made him feel uncomfortable. It felt like a bunch of kids were staring at him, an adult, bullying them, like he had no business being here. True, it was a little overkill for a sword saint to be in this battle, but that was why he'd come in the first place. His presence could make things go a lot smoother, so why wouldn't he come? Thank you, Lord Norton, Penelope bowed elegantly. He immediately ordered his men to surrender and had the order passed along to the rest of the fleet. Soon the rest of the ships raised the white. Lorist left dealing with things to his subordinates. The battle had ended, but everyone was still running around like crazy. If anything, they were now even busier than during the battle. Things only calmed down as the sun began to drink water. Senbad returned from chasing a couple of the stragglers that fled. All but 2 had been sunk, but unfortunately those 2 had escaped. When Senbad described the 2 ships to the captives, they told Lorist and the admiral that one of the ships was Sarihanam's, that old bastard acquaintance of Lorist's. When Lorist inquired about the man's presence in the fleet, he finally learned that the brat was the one who came up with the counter to his cannons. Janalio immediately tried to move Senbad back out after the bastard, but Lorist stopped him. Sarihanam was a bastard, but not a fool. He would definitely have anticipated such a deployment and have made preparations accordingly. Sending any ships after him would only be putting what was left of their fleet in unnecessary danger. As such, news of Invincible's defeat and complete eradication reached the Union. That night, Lorist held a massive banquet to celebrate the victory and remember the fallen. As custom dictated, the enemy nobles were invited as well. Among them, Lorist saw a familiar face, though he couldn't put a name to it. Revered Lord Duke, I am Archduke Lorf Fustat, a rank 1 blade master, the Duke replied upon Lorist's inquiry. You. His voice shrilled in his head, no wonder you looked familiar, you fucker. Why are you here? He was supposed to be the Archduke of Jigda, rumors had it that he had more power than the king. Why was he out here? The Union is an ally. We need their help against Roman and Kaistan, so we came to help them when they asked it. I deployed my Firebird Legion with the fleet to help in the fight and any invasions it might have launched. It is troubling that my legion became captives before they could have a decent fight. Fustat even joked about the shame the legion's capture would bring to his family. It was supposed to be the kingdom's greatest force, but it had fallen to the enemy without crossing swords even once. He just wanted to pay his ransom and leave with his legion as quickly as possible to mitigate the damage to his reputation. I beg that you allow me to pay my ransom and that of my legion and leave. I promise neither I, my legion, nor any of the people over which I have influence, will get involved with the Union and its conflicts with you again. Why rush, Archduke? Lorist waved his hand. It's great to meet you again after so many years. Speaking of meeting again, how's your wife, Duchess Prina? Fustat stared at Lorist wide-eyed. Have we met before? You know of my wife, Wenna? Lorist cracked a smile. Of course. We met nearly 2 decades ago when I was still just a student at Dawn Academy. You were just a marquis then. Your wife was still Miss Windsor Prina. In fact, she and I were dating at the time. We competed against one another for her hand but you won. How fortunes can be fickle, head Archduke. You won on the battlefield of love, but I've won on the field of war. The Archduke's face paled instantly. His fellow captives listened carefully, forgetting the decorum of nobility, and the humility of prisoners. Everyone loved gossip, especially where it concerned this enigmatic saint. This was far too enticing to ignore. Oh, how their peers would love to hear this when they finally returned. It was you. Lorf muttered non-stop. He had completely forgotten about the little man his wife had liked when they met. Now the little man was Duke of the Northlands, the continent's newest and youngest sword saint, and his captor. I'm dead. It's all over. Chapter 509 Decision and Promise. The weak stand on principle because it protects them, the strong are pragmatic because it benefits them. So show me a principled powerful man and I shall show you a liar. Lorist looked at the pale-faced Archduke with an odd smile. Kill you? Why would I? It's been 18 years. It's not like it was your fault either. That bitch left me for you because she wanted to. It doesn't really matter why she did either. She was the first one I loved, in both my lives, and she broke my heart for her greed. First loves were the sweetest, but their pain was also the worse. While it didn't dominate his thoughts, the pain still ached in his heart. But it also revealed to him this world's true nature. Nobles were heroes and peasants were villains. He'd never had the thought of getting back at the then Marquis. And striking at him now would only make him seem like someone who was vindictive over things that should long since have been put to rest. Destiny was cruel and unpredictable. He'd never thought his former lover's husband would be in front of him now. Were he still that same common mercenary, Lorf would have given him a few gold coins and gone back to his wife to tell of the funny encounter. No doubt he'd have praised her foresight, as she'd still be a commoner's wife if she'd turned him down. It might actually have spurred the woman on to work even harder for his favor. That was not the timeline in which they lived, however. Lorist was a duke with the power of a king, perhaps even more if his sword saint status was considered as well. He was a legend, a dragon amongst men. Archduke Lorf could not bend his neck back far enough to look up at him. Lorf was even less compared to Lorist now than Lorist had been to him all those years ago. Lorist lost interest immediately, even as his ex-opponent in love's face continued to pale. He raised his cup with a smile. "Don't worry, Archduke. I was just reminiscing on simpler days. Time had flown by us, 18 years have passed and now we are involved in a continent-spanning war. Our last encounter saw me as just a lowly student mercenary and you just a marquis. Neither of us are anywhere near where we were back then, though the rankings have reversed. Now you are an archduke and I am a duke sword saint. So much has changed. Here's to a past worth remembering. Cheers." Lorf looked down at his cup to see it already empty. Wasn't it full just a moment ago? When had he emptied it? He couldn't even remember what it tasted like. When he sat back down, a cold, wet shirt pressed against his back. Penelope, sat beside him, joined the toast. "You mentioned you worked as a mercenary back in Moronti? Could you tell us a few stories?" Alcohol worked wonders on Lorist's tongue, so he quickly started reciting his autobiography. When his grand tale came to his fights against 3,000 silver swordsmen, everyone's jaws met the ground. "So Iron Lock, the silver undefeated, was actually you. Invincible sent hundreds of silvers to fight you. Obviously none won. I lost several hundred gold fords because you." Lorist laughed happily. "Your ascension sounds much more plausible now. Iron Lock, the silver undefeated, is still a legend in the city. I was just a 2-star gold rank back then. If only I'd not been working on a breakthrough, I'd have loved to see your matches. You were gone by the time I emerged from my training retreat." Penelope obviously spoke out of politeness. He hadn't been at all interested in meeting some nondescript iron rank. It was just a topic thrown around the dinner table and bar to liven up the conversation. He did feel it was a shame the young man returned to his homeland. If he'd stayed in the city, he'd have become the Union's first homebred sword saint. He'd also have been one of its top nobles. Invincible would still rule the sea and might even have been armed with cannons. The Union really let their fortune slip through their fingers. Lorist smiled silently. He had some idea what Penelope was thinking. It was great fantasizing, but would likely never have happened. If he'd stayed in the Union, he would not have been under any of the pressures that forced his improvement. He'd likely just have spent his entire life as an instructor at Dawn Academy. The Union would also never have become the continent's largest power, however brief their stint at the top ended up being, since he was the spur that pushed them in that direction by leaking the techniques for making glass. Penelope broke out of his reverie quickly. "My lord, may I know how you plan to deal with Invincible? I would have told you eventually, but, since you've asked. The top brass can pay a ransom for their freedom. We are all nobles, so I'll adhere to custom. Lorf can ransom his legion as well. Granted they don't try anything or make any trouble for me or my men whilst we wait for the money. I will not make trouble for him. Everyone will stay on Silao's island until the war is over. Ransoming will happen thereafter. The fleet will stay there until the war is over as well. They can return once the union pays their ransom. I will allow individual families to ransom their husbands, sons, brothers, and fathers as well. Those that don't have the money can earn their freedom. They can either serve in North Sea for a time, 5 years at least. They'll get half pay in that time. If they choose not to, they can join my land-based forces for the same time, but they won't be paid, they'll only get room, board, and cloth. Either way, they'll be free to leave once their 5 years are up. You nobles may join me in Rage Bear or stand by my side as I work to end this war quickly. You will be allowed to carry weapons as noble right dictates and keep 2 guards and 2 servants with you. Living conditions will unfortunately be less than ideal, this is a time of war, after all. Such was the reality of feudal nobility. Nobles always had better treatment, even when captive. Their watchers still had to bow to them and speak and behave politely even though they were their prisoners. Everyone was relieved. No one had wanted this. Everyone had thought it would end when the Union accepted Auguslo's offer for peace talks and sent an envoy. Those not at the very top of the Union's power structure were just as surprised by the Union's move as everyone else. They'd also feared the Duke would be as uncultured as his king. The bastard had declared their nobility void after the attack because they lacked the courage and decorum expected of nobles. They knew only how to scheme and plot in the shadows like the lowly and shameless rats they were, and massacred thousands of nobles and their families as he marched across the plains. The Union retaliated in kind and relieved thousands of Andenac noble heads of their bodies when they counterattacked. The 3 years of war which had now passed had ingrained hatreds in the 2 sides' hearts that would remain for generations, even centuries, even if the war ended today and never started up again. Until their clashes with North Sea, Invincible had not seen any of the war, but news of the bloody battles and reprisals still reached their sails. Despite Lorist's assurances, they could not sleep easily. He did have a far greater reputation than his king though. He, at least, as not known for lying, breaking promises, and deceiving others, so his words carried more weight. Lorf was also much calmer now. Lorist may be a sort saint, but he had none of the pretension and arrogance Lorf had come to expect from people with that title. He was very reasonable, even likable. It appeared that he treated everyone the same except when they acted in a way that made it necessary or appropriate to treat them otherwise. For one, he hadn't treated his captives as though he was looking down on them so far. Though he was bound to have different thoughts, that he kept them out of public was already a good sign. Duke Norton, Lorf said as he stood up, may I contact my house so they can send someone to negotiate the ransom? Lorist looked at Lorf and rapped his fingers on the table. I plan nothing, Lord Duke. I am fully willing to comply with what you've set out. I wish only for this war to an end as quickly as possible so the damage it wreaks can be limited as much as possible. I am still Jigda's Archduke and must tend to certain duties. I trust you know what I mean. We nobles are not truly free people. We must act in the interests of our houses. Jigda is far from this conflict and has no contact with Andenac. We deployed only because of our friendship with the Union, not out of malice for Andenac. We've not suffered any losses in this war yet and have not caused any harm to your side either. It could be said that we've not clashed with your house at all and as such have no grudge or bad blood between us. I wish only to explain this to my house clearly so they do not create conflict where there need be none. I also wish to keep my house from making mistakes and leaving themselves vulnerable to espionage from those that wish to take our place. Most of the noble voiced their agreement. Everyone understood the predicament in which the Archduke found himself. It wouldn't have been as pressing an issue had Sarihanum not escaped. Word would have taken much longer to reach home and there would have been time to settle in and gain the Duke's trust, but things were not that simple now. Sarihanum had escaped and word was quickly on its way everywhere. Time was of the essence. Very well. I would be no less anxious were our roles reversed. You may send 2 servants back with the message, but they must return with your house's reply and negotiator. I will have a small boat ready when you are done. Lorf bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Duke. May we never be enemies." Lorist laughed heartily. "While our reasons may be different, we do have that wish in common. I do not like war. If I had my way, I would live out my entire life without ever having to march onto the field. Unfortunately, the world has not been cooperative. A toast then, to a swift end to this bloody war." The banquet went on until the sun rose above the continent to the east. Everyone was drunk and merry. Lorist was cursed by his cultivation, however, cursed to be sober no matter how much he drank. He had his reasons for treating the nobles well. He was not one to bother with noble custom unless it was necessary. He cut corners where he could. No one would know what had really happened between him and the nobles out here, so he could have just killed them all. He didn't because he needed them to help keep the peace once he occupied Moronti, and to force the Union to capitulate and surrender. Lorf was a great candidate to that end. One which is actually true. Villain comes from the old French word vilain, and traditionally meant someone who was uncultured, uneducated, and boorish. Peasants were often referred to as villains in the language they spoke as vulgar, hence vulgar Latin and vulgar French. Which matches with the Latin origin of the word vulgus, which meant common people. Chapter 510 Plan. If the enemy has a powerful fleet, build a castle. Senbad was ready to escort the 800 transport ships to Cape Romani 3 days later. He asked to meet Lorist when they were near the coast. "Your Grace, this is the list of people for the transport fleet as well as an inventory of the supplies they're carrying. There are 843 large to medium ships. Among them, 103 dams are carrying the 100,000 Union recruits. Most are just barely more than kids. More than 500 ships carry food and most of the rest carry military supplies. Oh, 38 dams are also carrying 10,000 buckets of green vine glue," Senbad reported. "Why would the Union need so much green vine glue? That's almost how much Roman produces in a year." Lorist thought. According to the list, Twin-Head Dragon had spent a lot of money to purchase a year's worth of the green vine glue from Roman, at 3/10 more than market price. Weird. Why does Twin-Head Dragon need so much glue? After some thought, Lorist began to understand what was going on. After 3 years of war, most of the plains were rubble. The guild purchased so much glue to rebuild the area. Perhaps they could even use the glue to rebuild the destroyed walls and fortifications. Each bucket of weighed 50 kilograms, so 10,000 would make 500,000 kilograms. With that much vine glue as a binder, Lorist could finally do something he'd thought of in the last couple of days. Wonderful! I was just lacking laborers, Lorist exclaimed. When we get to short, let the recruits off. I need them for something. Tell them if they serve us properly for 5 years, they'll get their freedom back and be allowed to return home. Also, immediately offload the glue when you get to shore as well." "Oh? Your Grace, aren't we sending the glue back to the Dominion?" "Follow me," said Lorist. He brought him out of the captain's cabin onto the deck. "See that? I plan to build a crossing here. This will be where we start taking control of the Sunshine Seas and the Golden Coast." Senbad opened his eyes wide and stared out over the deck but saw nothing but ocean. His gaze finally settled where Lorist pointed and he saw Cape Romani. Cliffs burst out of the ocean like giant sea creatures coming up for air. "He wants to build a castle there?" Lorist, having not received a response, knew he was way off the mark. "What are you looking at?" "I'm not going to build it on the cliff. I'm going to have something built on the reef." Senbad finally realized Lorist's finger was pointed at the ocean surface. However, it simply wasn't possible to build a castle on the reef. The deepest areas were 10 meters while the shallower parts were around 3 meters. Even after the tide receded, only a part of the reef would be exposed. Unless Lorist was trying to fill up the reef to reclaim the land, there was no way a castle could be built. "This reef is near the Golden Sea routes. If we build a castle and use it as a customs point, we only have to station a few blitzes here and fit the walls with some cannons to control the entire region. We'll cut the Union off from the sea completely. We won't have to risk our ships in the south either. This will be our safe spot in the south as Silaoz is in the north. It also allows us to have a supply station in the south. Lorist had gotten the idea after receiving Howard's report and had already sent people to survey the region. But, Your Grace, this is too big, Senbad said, we are still at war. Even if we have the supplies and 100,000 laborers, reclaiming the land around the reef isn't possible quickly enough to avoid getting attacked. This will take years. Isn't it a little too wasteful to invest so much into such a risky project? Lorist laughed. If we really have to spend 3 or 4 years, it really wouldn't be worth it. But we can begin construction in 2 months. We'll be done in half a year. What? Impossible. Your Grace, how are you going to fill this entire area in just 2 months? Even if we have 100,000 laborers, it's still impossible. It's possible. We don't have to fill in the area at all, Lorist laughed. Senbad, the battle's outcome is out. Only 147 of Invincible's original 472 ship are still afloat. Putting aside the 74 DAWs we destroyed, the remaining 250 ships are badly damaged. Fixing them temporarily will let us take them to Hide Gold Bay, but they'll just sit there and rot. And we can't keep using them in their current state. They won't survive the north either, so there's no way to send them to North Sea to be repaired properly. They're useless to us. If so, then why not make some use of them? We'll fill them up and sunk them around the reef to make a dam. There's an oval-shaped lagoon in the middle of the reef around 10 to 20 meters deep. If we remove a couple of the rocks, the lagoon can be a harbor. The buckets of glue will be really useful. We don't even need to stir them. We just have to thin the glue and pour it into the ships. When it solidifies and sinks, the ships will be walls. Lorist had recycling on his mind all along. He would first build a makeshift dam before building a wall atop them where cannons could be installed so he could control the region. The house would also have a naval base near the Sunshine Seas. Senbad was struck and admired his lord so much he almost wanted to kneel on all fours. His lord was practically making something out of nothing. Castles built near reefs were usually unassailable. What kind of ship could take on a castle? It would create a massive choke point and they could use it to strangle the Union. "Milord is wise," Senbad said with a slap to his forehead. "I didn't think such a thing could be done. If we really build a castle here, we can get another source of income from the tolls as well. No private ships will be allowed, or able, to pass without paying. May I use the funds from that to expand our fleet?" Lorist was surprised. "Senbad, I've already commissioned 10 blitzes. What more could you want? We're also going to change up the DAWs and make them support ships. Besides, what do you mean by toll?" The moment he heard Lorist was going to have 10 more blitzes built, Senbad burst. A maritime toll is a hidden tax. When Invincible controlled the seas, all privately owned ships passing through had to pay a fee for use of the waters and protection from pirates. If a ship was caught without the right permit, it was confiscated and became property of the fleet. As far as I know, a dam pays 25 gold fords a year for its permit. Wait, wasn't Chikter the real hegemon of the south? When did Invincible become the lord? It wouldn't be wrong to call Chikter the hegemons since they do have a huge share of Invincible, but when Wesha was wiped out, Twin-Head Dragon absorbed the rest of their shares in the fleet. On the surface, Invincible was the kings of the south. It could do anything in the Union's name and the nations near the Golden Coast had to endure everything. Chikter managed to secretly assume control of Invincible while monopolizing most of the produce of the southern nations. Their ships and trading fleets are the largest apart from Invincible. Some ports and harbors are completely under Chikter's control. They have a huge trading network in the nations in the south. However, they didn't really prioritize their business, they focused on taking advantage of the profits of other people instead. Explained Senbad. Oh, I see. You mentioned we can collect a huge sum from tolls? What if the ships don't want to come? Hee, don't worry, my lord. If the merchants only sail around the south, they won't earn anything. The profitable routes are all between the north and south, going past here. Is that so? And why do you know so much? Are you privately in this line of business as? I'm not doing anything like that. I heard this from the merchants I caught. They helped me a bunch and stopped the men of Invincible from sinking their ships and sabotaging the supplies. I asked them what they wanted as a reward and they mentioned wanting an audience with your lordship. Why do they want to meet me? Senbad scratched his head. Their ships were requisitioned by Invincible. Now we have them. They hope you'll return their ships to them. I think the help they lent me in securing the fleet is worth only a few gold coins. We don't need to give them the ships. I guess I won't be meeting them then, Lorist said, scratching his chin, accept their request and return their ships. But, my lord, that's 300 ships. It's a lot of money. Give the ships back. We have 800 ships in the transport fleet, so we'll still have 500 left. It doesn't matter if we have the ships or not anyway, we don't have the men to crew them. Besides, this is a great opportunity. We couldn't expand our trade routes before, but now we can. Chichter and Peterson kept us out of business in the south, but now they can't. This is a great chance to take hold of their trade routes. We'll give the merchants their ships and offer them good prices and protection to trade with us rather than the Union. Also, we'll show them what we can sell them when they stop by Silaoaz to drop off the supplies. Understood, my lord. All right. If we can make Silaoaz a trade center, the checkpoint castle will rake in profit as well. I'll do a check by the end of the year. If the profits are huge, we can consider expanding North Sea to 3 flotillas. That should be enough for you to sail in the north freely. Thank you, my lord. Senbad's smile cracked his face in two from ear to ear. Senbad, your next mission is really important. Let Howard take control of your corsairs. He will need some people to supervise the 100,000 laborers. Take 10 blitzes with you and move the rest of our haul and captives to Silaoaz. I have notified Kimura to head there and make arrangements. As for the remaining ships, I will take them to Armatrin to meet up with the Sentry Legion and Firm Rock. Once you've dropped everything off on Silaoaz, come back and watch over the construction here. Once that's done, send the laborers to Ken Maze's dominion in batches. They'll go to Yunch Chandler from Platinum Beach. But, my lord, aren't you going to attack Hide Gold Bay and Moranti? We no longer need North Sea to attack Hide Gold Bay. Just look at the ships we captured. We can use them to sneak into the bay and occupy Moranti. Disguising themselves as Invincible to sail into the bay was much safer and the enemy couldn't be prepared for it. If they sent blitzes, they would only put the enemy on alert. Understood, my lord. I will complete my mission. Chapter 511 Befuddle. If your ally is a narcissist of an egotist, never give them any glory, it will be your undoing. If your enemy is a narcissist or an egotist, give them all the glory, it will be their undoing. On the 14th day of the 6th month, 7 days after the Battle of Cape Romani, Lorist finally finished making his arrangements and led the remaining ships to Armatrin Harbour. Senbad left for Silaoaz with Firebird Legion, the other captured sailors, and more than 300 privately owned merchant vessels a day earlier. The Battle of Cape Romani was a costly victory. They'd lost 2,000 men, and serious damage to their ships. The 16 whaling ships were completely incapacitated. It would take them months to repair and costs thousands of gold coins. Lorist decided it wasn't worth it, they were weak and outdated, so they would join the enemy ships at the bottom of the ocean as the foundations for the new castle and harbour. Lorist arrived at Armatrin Harbour on the 21st of the 6th. The king sent a messenger a while back. He's asked us to deploy as quickly as possible. We've stalled saying we're waiting for you to arrive. He will notice the ships you brought and demand we deploy immediately. No doubt he'll think it's our supplies and won't let us delay any longer, Potter Fang immediately reported. Lorist laughed and waved. No worries. If he sends another messenger, just tell him he doesn't have to worry about the Union launching an offensive this year. We've taken their supply fleets so they don't have the means. In fact, it'll be surprising if they can hold the front lines. So, we're going to attack the bay and take Moronti. We don't need to anymore. We're going to disguise ourselves as survivors of the battle and sail straight for Moronti. The Sentry Legion and Firm Rock should start preparing and embarking immediately. Tigersaur and Jaeger will remain here. They'll leave for the front lines only after we take Moronti. Without support from the city, their forces will crumble quickly. Wait for them to receive news of the city falling, then attack. Hit them while they're panicking and disorganized. Take as many prisoners as you can. We need a lot of new subjects for our new province. Understood, Your Grace, replied all the high officers. Lorist didn't expect that. Instead of just sending a messenger, Auguslo came personally with Kenmaze and Fizibalin the next day. Apparently the loss of two of their strongholds on the plains the previous year had put a lot of pressure on the young would-be emperor. His forces were on the brink of collapsing. The enemy need only give them a light shove and they'd crumble. But, they didn't. He'd not been attacked even once this entire year, and half of it had already come and gone. The thought that the Union might be saddled with a problem somewhere else didn't even cross his mind, so he was left sleepless, worrying about the plot the Union had to be brewing. As such he was desperate to get Lorist on the front lines. A sword saint and a couple hundred additional men would at least make him feel safer. He was hysterical when he saw thousands embarking in the harbor. Lorist had to jump in and explain everything to him to calm him down. He quickly explained the goings-on on the sea for the last year. He made sure to emphasize that it was thanks to his and his men's valiant efforts that the Union could not launch any offensives, and to go into depth about how the Union had now shifted focus to him and his men. The Union had sent 100,000 men to Silaoas, and he was moving to counter them with his two legions now embarking. He could not afford to lose Silaoas, you see. Without the island he could not support the front lines. Auguslo nearly emptied his stomach from relief. He could finally stop worrying about a Union plot. He decided to shower Lorist with praise rather than lunch. Among the many things he promised was to enshrine his name on a monument he was planning to build in celebration of the war and the Empire's refounding. He only stopped once Lorist tried to run away. He expressed his sincere understanding for Lorist's predicament, and suggested he give him control of the two legions he was leaving behind, Tigersaur and Jaeger. He promised to put pressure on the Union on land to pull some attention away from Lorist and increase his chances of victory at sea. Lorist quickly turned him down. I appreciate your Majesty's goodwill, but now isn't a good time. The kingdom is in a dangerous predicament and we have to remain united to resist the Union. It's not that I'm unwilling to hand Jaeger and Tigersaur over, they just can't leave the harbor. I have a great track record but it is not perfect. If our retaliation fails, we have to be able to mobilize them immediately. Lorist took out a map of the sea off the coast and showed it to the king. I have word that the Union gathered 100,000 men in the south. Jigdas also sent 50,000. I suspect they sent Firebird. They are all going to be sent against Silaoas. If that is the case, I need to be ready to stand against them. There is, however, a chance that it's a ruse to get me to move my forces away from Armatrin so they can attack it instead. If that is the case and they take the city, they'll cut off our supply lines. If that is their plan, then you can be sure they'll push on the front lines at the same time. I have to keep the two legions here in case that is their plan, and for in case I fail to hold Silaoas. Auguslo wiped the sweat off his forehead. This scenario was enough to give him sleepless nights again. This plan was absolutely terrifying, partly because it would be devastating, and because it was just too innovative. This had never been done before. He would never have thought of it and would have been caught completely off guard. It wasn't that people were too dumb to think about it, it was that noble honor didn't make it an option to even think about. There was only honor in fighting for land on land and fighting for water on water. Using naval forces to win a fight on land just didn't make any sense. It was, in a word, ignoble, so no one would even think about doing it. Your considerations are all-encompassing as usual, Locke, Auguslo said, tell me if you need any help. We cannot afford to lose either our matron of Silaoz, so I will help in any way I can to make sure that doesn't happen. You don't have to do anything on this end. Just keep the Union occupied so they can't afford to send even more men against me. I suggest striking at a few inconsequential places. You don't have to win any actual victories, just make the enemy think you are getting restless or are testing the waters for an impending major offensive. If you can make them burn supplies, that would be even better, since they can't resupply easily now. If you can hold on until I wipe out Invincible, then this will end in our victory, even if it doesn't immediately. All right, Auguslo agreed energetically, Locke, I trust you will win and shatter the Union. Don't disappoint me. I knew you loved to give out moral support, but this is just ridiculous. There is one more thing. I beg you treat the nobles I caught at sea as befits their standing. If we're to end this war quickly, we cannot make mortal enemies out of the entire Union. If we can show that we are the better men, the hearts of the Union's people will soften, if only slightly. If, however, we slaughter them again, the Union will only harden their hearts and resolve again to fight us to the death. You're right. I've vented my anger already, so now is the time to be pragmatic. I will spare the nobles and treat them as befits their standing. Lorist returned to his tent after dealing with his visitors to find his men giggling uncontrollably. What's with you guys? Did you swallow too many poppy seeds? Lowe's smiled. Isn't turning the king down like that a little much, Your Grace? If he finds out you already destroyed Invincible, he'll not take it well and we might have him as an enemy again. You are right, but if he knows we're going after Moronti, he'll demand to take part. When we take the city, he'll demand the lion's share of the plunder. Then he'll try to take all the glory. Moronti's plunder and the glory of taking it is the linchpin of our strategy for making a profit from this war. If we lose that, then why even bother? I'm also worried that if the king gets the glory for taking the city, then he'll expand his ambitions to the whole continent. He'll certainly demand to be given the plains, and the Union will never settle for that. They can still stomach losing the lands they took from the Empire, but they will never give up their historical territory. We can take and plunder the city, but we don't have the means to hold on to it long term. If the Union refuses to come to the table, the citizens will eventually rise up. If they do, we'll lose the city and many good soldiers. Even if that doesn't happen, we can't keep this war going much longer. The kingdom will lose if we don't end this quickly. If we're the only people involved in taking the city, then we can just tear it down if worse comes to worst and leave. But the king will never let us abandon the city if he's involved. We'll have to hold it and we'll lose our entire army within its walls. Understand now? We must keep this plan a secret until it's accomplished. We won't disappoint, Your Grace. All right. Potter Fang, Els, I want you ready to leave by tomorrow morning. We leave in the afternoon. Lowe's, Freyar, head to the front lines as soon as you hear we've taken the Moronti. The Union has 400,000 men on the plains. Even in their disarray they won't cave immediately. Push forward with the entire army, the king and our allies included when you see them start to withdraw or move forces away. We have to wipe that entire army out and leave the Union bare. They won't come to the table as long as they have a hope of winning. Yes, Your Grace. Chapter 512 Occupation. The fog of war blinds you to your enemy's movements as much as it blinds your enemy to yours. On the 26th of the 6th, the ships carrying Firm Rock and the Sentry Legion arrived at Moronti. Invincible's 4th Flotilla never imagined House Norton's forces would disguise themselves as their own to sneak into the bay. The Battle of Cape Romani took place almost 20 days earlier, but the fleet's complete defeat was still unknown. Sarihanam, who had successfully escaped, had struck bad luck. His ships were severely damaged from the battle. He was forced to beach them shortly after escaping to avoid sinking in the middle of the ocean. It took him much longer to get home as a result. His messenger to Moronti was still on the road. As far as the Union was concerned, Invincible must have won. They were just waiting for the good news. It was odd that it would take so long for news to get back, but they didn't dare send out any more ships before they knew of the fleet's victory. It would be suicide. The fourth flotilla was no wiser either, and they certainly didn't have the manpower to face the enemy, so they couldn't send out any ships either. So, when ships with friendly flags sailed into the harbor, they immediately accepted the ruse and cheered. Lorist made it easy for them as well. He had some of his ships bombard the flotilla as his ships sailed into the harbor, making it look like these ships had broken through a gauntlet. The enemy rushed to defend them and didn't bother with the usual checks. They did eventually realize it was a ruse, but by then it was already too late. Penelope watched two of his captors' blade masters leading units against the city's harbor defenses from the deck of one of the ships. This is the first time Moronti has fallen. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been this incompetent. Lorist laughed. There's always a first. You should stop blaming yourself and giving credit where credit is due. It's not your incompetence that defeat your fleet, it's my brilliance. The Union wasn't built on a nobility system, it doesn't work with the kind of people and the kind of country the Union was. You destroyed yourselves. Moronti used to be free and lively, I used to love the city. Now it's a rotting corpse. If by some miracle we don't conquer it today, it might hold out another decade, maybe even 2 or 3, but it won't make it another 50 years. Someone else will come along and burn it. Seeing your city burn is much like a woman watching her rose being opened for the first time. It hurts really bad the first time, but by the third you hardly even notice, and by the fifth you enjoy it. Pfft! Genalio and the guards burst out laughing. Even Duke Lorf couldn't contain his chuckle. The Union was his kingdom's overlords in all but name. He kept up a smile to placate them, but thought nothing of watching them burn if it didn't bode ill for him. In fact, he enjoyed the sight. The Union officers within earshot turned red. They might have stabbed Lorist immediately if not for him being a sort saint. Duke Norden. Why you going too far? How is this noble behavior? Penelope voiced his objection. My words may be crude, but they are true, Lorist rebutted calmly. Apologies, gentlemen. I studied in this city for a decade and even worked as a mercenary here, so I tend to forget I'm a noble when I'm here. This is what Moronti used to mean to me. If not for the sake of ending this war, I wouldn't have come for the city. I'd much rather burn everything outside the city and have it surrender without having to break a stone. Don't look at me like that. I've mastered gunpowder. If I move the cannons onto land, can you hold onto the plains? I am going straight for the city because I want to avoid another 1,000,000 deaths. My intentions are sincere. If the Union surrenders, we will withdraw without a word. Peace depends on you now, not me. Penelope froze. Even Duke Lorf didn't think Lorist would start lecturing them. When Penelope snapped out of his reverie, he bowed respectfully. We will take your words to heart. We are willing to do all we can to stop this war. Lorist stroked his nose as he nodded. If you do your best, we will soon have peace again. My word is my bond, I told you we'll leave once the Union surrenders, and we will. All right, time is of the essence. Let us disembark. There is much to be done. The surprise attack progressed quickly. Shus and Els took the walls without trouble and the rest charged into the city. The locals even cheered them on, thinking they were reinforcements. The men didn't know how to react. Fortunately, they were disciplined and marched forward wordlessly. The invasion thus turned into a parade of sorts. Lorist's men marched through the streets in neat formation and the locals spectated from the sidewalks, windows, and rooftops. Some of the more military-minded praised the army's armor and discipline. Everyone quickly cheered for their impending victory over the vile empire. It wasn't that nobody questioned the Rage Bear insignia on their armor. They just didn't think it was possible for House Norton's forces to march on Moronti's streets openly. The men didn't lift their banners either, so they didn't have anything to corroborate the idea. In the end, people assumed it must be a southern noble house that used a bear as well, but no one knew whom that might be. The outer city's conquest was an easy matter. Most of the forces were on the front lines, leaving the city only sparsely defended. Just 8,000 men manned the entire city's defenses and kept order in the streets. The two citadels nearby each only had 1,000 men. When Shus and Els marched on the walls, the garrisons even thought they were their relief. They greeted the men smiling and gave up their positions willingly. They only realized something was off when their weapons were taken and their relief started tying them up. They fought as best they could, but without weapons, they were quickly overcome. Reedy and Potter Fong's march on the inner city failed, however. Unlike the outer walls garrisons, the inner cities belonged to the big 6 guilds. Reedy was fortunate enough to capture 600 on the northern edge of the inner wall, but the patrols soon discovered them. The alarm sounded, and the enemy sent out blade masters to take care of the situation. The two commanders were injured in the ensuing fight, though Reedy killed 2 blade masters, and they were chased out. Firm Rock suffered 1,000 casualties during their route. The enemy suffered threefold losses, however, 3,000 guards and 2 blade masters were dead. They shut the gates and holed up inside. This was not unexpected, however. Lorist's men were much stronger and outnumbered them many times over, but he couldn't match their elites. He just had too few. He only had 3 blade masters, Reedy included. Englich was a coward, though, and could only be trusted with guarding the Northlands, so in effect Lorist only had 2. Shus was a former slave and became a blade master through constant fighting on the brink of death. Though he was a rank 2 blade master, he wasn't strong enough to match a rank 3 blade master. Reedy was another story. He had trained to the late part of the Dan Ocean key refining technique's 4th stage. While he couldn't match a blade master, a rank 3 blade master wasn't a problem. No matter how strong, however, 2 people were just 2 people. They couldn't fight the enemy's numbers. Every big 6 guild had at least 3 blade masters, some even had 4. Some second-rate guilds also had a blade master, and a couple third-rate guilds might have one as well. Reedy had been forced out of the inner city by a rank 3 blade master and 2 rank 2 blade masters and had a serious wound on his back. Moronti's inner city was the main merchant guild's main base. Every guild that had a blade master kept them there. It was the most defended place on the continent. Besides the blade masters, hundreds of gold ranks and thousands of silver ranks lined the walls and streets. It would be a near impossible task to take it quickly. Especially with the Union now keenly aware of what was happening. Lorist took 10 guards to Bryn Hill amidst the chaos now quickly spreading across the entire city. It was one of the most beautiful and expensive areas in the city. Only the rich and elite could afford a house there. He had dreamt of owning a house there himself and living out his days there with his then girlfriend. He wasn't going there now to fulfill his old dream though. He headed there now to take care of the Union's sole sword saint. He'd been all but incapacitated in their last duel, but his opponent hadn't come off any lighter. It took him 2 years to recover, but his opponent was still licking his wounds. It was now the perfect time to plug this weed out by the root. Lorist wasn't foolish enough to wait until the man recovered before challenging him to another duel. Only unreasonably talented geniuses with plot armor would do such a thing. While he enjoyed good fights, he would not suffer a truly threatening enemy to live, and, without the Sword Saint, the Union would have no laurels on which to be stubborn. The mansion was completely empty, however. The Sword Saint was nowhere to be found. Lorist couldn't even find any traces of him. He learned from one of the servants that the man had been out on a stroll when he suddenly told his servant he had to leave and vanished, accompanied by his disciples. Lorist ran to where the servant had last seen the sword saint. It faced the bay and could clearly see everything. The old man's eyes were very sharp. He must have noticed what was going on and made to get away. No wonder he had felt like he was being watched when he disembarked. "Should we give chase, Your Grace?" asked a guard. Lorist shook his head. More than 40 minutes had passed. It would be impossible to find the man in the current chaos. "He is blessed," Lorist said through grit teeth. "Let's finish things here first." Chapter 513 Fall of the City. "The demons come to take our city. They will die here with us." House Norton? House Norton? They are vile beasts, barbarians. May the gods rip them to shreds. And bind their souls in the underworld for an eternity of torture. A popular Morantian lullaby. The Union always parroted freedom and justice as a virtue, but no Morantian was born equal even before the aristocracy. The 12 inner city districts, 24 outer city districts, slums, and external shelters, for example, had always been arranged in a hierarchy. The 12 inner city districts were the backbone of the various merchant guilds. The lowest position they usually occupied was that of supervisor. Most of the Union's military families also lived there. It was one of the unspoken benefits afforded their soldiers. At the same time, however, it made their families easy to reach in case a soldier went AWOL or chose to defect. The 24 outer districts varied considerably even among themselves. The academy instructors, merchants, and foreign nobility drove up the price of property in the different districts. The cheapest and most basic properties were for servants and laborers. The mid-range ones were for artisans. Merchants and other mercantilely inclined individuals lived in the inner edges of high-end districts. A few closely associated or related to guilds might even live in the outskirts of inner districts. The Big Seven took the biggest pieces of the cake when the aristocracy was founded. They turned their focus from Moranti to their far-flung domains and took most of their people with them, leaving a massive vacuum in the inner city. Usually second-rate guilds would have jumped to fill it in, but they, too, had left for lands outside the city. It was a law of nature, however, that empty spaces were always filled in. The vacuum left in Moranti was no different. As the Union accelerated its expansion, new guilds sprung up like weeds on an untilled field. They quickly bought places in the aristocracy and moved into the inner city. The price of land within the inner walls of the city quickly skyrocketed and the Big Seven and second-rate guilds capitalized on it. They auctioned off all but their most sacred and secret land at exorbitant prices. Currently, the inner city districts were no longer the place where the most influential merchant guilds were situated. Instead, they had become the place of residence for the Union nobles as well as the center of operations for many other merchant guilds as well as a place where wealth was stored. It was also the place where the most elite Morantians resided, hence the heavy security. After it suffered an attack by Firm Rock, the guards of the inner city districts regrouped and rang the alarm bell apart from taking the northern walls back. Lorist wasn't too worried about the inner city. His biggest concern was that the outer districts might rise up. The 24 outer districts each had about 20,000 residents. If they all rose up at once, he would suddenly be facing a force of 480,000. And, unlike normal militaries, he could not just march in, take out the general, and watch the army collapse. Every single man, woman, and child involved would be their own general. Even worse, if the slums joined the uprising, the enemy would stand near 1,000,000 strong. Lorist had taken the outer city first before moving on the inner city, but he had yet to march through the slums outside the city walls. If they rose up, he'd only know once the masses started rushing the gates. Luckily he had control of the walls. The city had 3 gates, north, east, and south. The west of the city ran straight into the sea through the harbor, so it had no gate. Each of the roads leaving the city through the gates headed to 3 of the 9 other major cities in the Union, 3 to a wind direction. The few armed ships in the harbor had two choices, either surrender, or try to do as much damage to the enemy before they were killed. If they chose the latter, their best choice was to ram the ships into the enemy and set them on fire. The problem was that most of the enemy ships currently occupying the harbor were captured from Invincible. Besides the manpower losses their loss would incur, the enemy wouldn't have suffered any real damage. The defenders weren't willing to sacrifice themselves without getting some worthwhile results, so this idea was abandoned in favor of surrender. Though the inner city had yet to fall, they were completely surrounded. Nobody could escape. The forces still hidden within the outer city was thus cut off from their leadership and couldn't muster a serious defense. They were quickly quashed. Despite the ease of his victory, Lorist didn't commit too many troops to the city. If a large-scale revolt broke out, most of the men in the city would be lost, so the fewer he had in the city, the better. He thus only committed the minimum necessary to keep the enemy in the inner city at bay and man the outer walls. Such a revolt was almost guaranteed the moment the people found out they were being occupied. Moronti was famous for its pride and arrogance. The people would never accept a foreign occupier. He thus kept his men out of the back alleys and side streets of the districts. He allowed his men only to patrol the main streets and set up checkpoints in major plazas and intersections. His men melted into the cityscape's background and behaved like they were friendly visitors. They even obediently paid for drinks and chatted with interested people politely. When they bought something they paid the quoted price without haggling, which made them quite popular with the hawkers and merchants. Despite this, however, some troubles still bubbled up here and there. A few women yelled at the men here and there about being invaders, though the soldiers never retaliated. They just kept their march or stood on guard like automata, even when several fingers were being shoved in their faces. A few fools got it into their heads that they were easy pickings and tried their luck. A few mercenaries gathered and tried to chase a patrol out of the district, only to be crushed mercilessly. The soldiers lined up several ballistae and turned their would-be attackers into porcupines. Their corpses were then hung at key intersections with signs plastered on their chests. The people's suspicions grew with each incident. And revolts soon began to spring up intermittently all over the city. Soon thousands of corpses lined the streets. Despite this, the Morontians kept rising up. They were nothing if not stubborn. The fighting left the street and went underground. Dozens of soldiers soon started to die after drinking or eating at local establishments or consuming their produce. Anyone even just suspected of having been even just remotely involved or related to someone who was involved in those incidents were hung, drawn, and quartered and displayed in front of their former establishments. Anyone who resisted the soldiers or impeded them were killed. An old, retired blade master even got involved once. He gathered up everyone he knew and then some and charged at one of the outposts, only to be turned into a pincushion. While this drove fear into the hearts of many and finally made them obedient, it cemented an eternal hatred for these foreigners in everyone's hearts. No one associated with these devils would ever again be allowed into the city alive ever again. Els and Ovides moved out with a division to attack the nearby cities once everything calmed down. Sha stayed behind to watch over the city. Mass and Gypsy, the two cities in question, were close behind the front lines, and served as the final logistics hubs for resources being sent out to the front lines. As Lorist had too few soldiers with him, he was spreading himself a little too thin. He had to control a city with more than 1 million inhabitants, so he gave up on chasing down the windstorm Sword Saint. Fortunately, the plan proceeded well despite some minor hitches. He now had to deal with Inner Moronti. He couldn't just let them be until the Union capitulated. His plan hinged on plundering the inner city for its wealth. The two firm rock divisions that encircled it had 24,000 men. Naturally, only around 22,000 remained as 1,000 plus was lost during the failed initial assault. Lorist and the Legion's catapult brigade arrived at the same time. The 500 catapults were split into 4 regiments, one for each wall, and lined up horizontally. Your Grace, there's no need to bring the catapults. We have 40 cannons. Jim, the artillery brigade's sergeant major complained. Lorist laughed and patted his shoulder. They're too advanced for those bumpkins. I don't want to flatten the walls completely. It's enough to terrify the bastards with the catapults. Besides, once they learn we have a sword saint, they'll surrender. The artillery brigade is our most important reserve. We shouldn't waste it on something as trivial as this. Firm Rock's wheelbarrow ballistae were spread out all over the city to maintain order there. Only the 2 divisions of swordsmen and pikemen surrounded the inner walls. Jim and the artillery brigade was only present in case any of the enemy blade masters tried to escape. If Reedy and Potterfang managed to take down the walls, Jim would install the cannons on them and point them at the city below. It was a shame the 2 divisions didn't take the walls. Jim had no choice but to spread his cannons along the walls. Though the Battle of Cape Romani ended in their victory, they lost nearly half of their 200 land-use cannons and a third of their crew. For the sake of monitoring the 100,000 new laborers back at the reef, Lorist gave Howard control of all but 100 of his personal guards. Though only 10 cannons could fire on any single part of the inner wall, they should be enough to take out a blade master in a single volley. Jim had hoped the enemy would try to escape so he could show off his weapons, but no one did. Lorist didn't understand why they weren't trying to escape either. They must be unwilling to leave their families behind. Either that, or they thought they could hold out until friendly forces took back the city. I count on you now, Penelope. If you can get them to surrender, I promise no one will be harmed. They'll be moved to the camps until the war ends, but they'll be safe. We won't let them ransom themselves, however. They must stay in the camps until the Union surrenders. They may not take any more than 1 wheelbarrow's worth of personal belongings with them, no more. We will not take it from them and they may trade freely if they wish. This is enough to show our sincerity. If they refuse, we will flatten the inner city with our catapults. I trust you've noticed them already. I understand, Lord Norton. I will convince them to surrender. I just hope you'll give me enough time. Besides, didn't you promise to return the city intact once the war ends? That would certainly have been the case had we taken the inner city without a problem, but if they will not let us take it, we will flatten it. The outer city is a volcano waiting to erupt. If I am doomed to lose the city, I will burn it to the ground as I sail out of the harbor. I will go talk to them immediately, said Penelope with a deep bow before he rushed towards the gate. The gates opened as the sun set and the inhabitants walked out with their wheelbarrows. Chapter 514 Trouble. If everything is going your way, something horrible is about to happen. An urgent report, Your Grace. General Els has successfully occupied Gypsy. According to the captive's testimony, the next citadel, Robert Way, is also defended by just 1,000 men. The place is the Union's main medical facility in the theater. General Els has requested permission to continue his assault and take Robert Way. He's confident he can take it before the Union can react. Genalio appeared troubled as he read the message with a yawn. Lorist hadn't slept for 3 days, not since Moranti fell. Genalio didn't do much better, just 4 hours of sleep. It wasn't that Lorist neglected his disciple, no one could afford to sleep. They had thousands of things to do. Have Els return. Taking Gypsy is enough. We don't need Robert Way. Ovides has secured 30,000 laborers from the shelters outside the city, so we don't need more. Els should focus on moving our supplies to Mass. We only have 2 days. Any supplies he can't take, he must burn. We cannot allow the Union to get anything back. Leave them only a ruin. Both Lorist's eyes were bloodshot. A sword saint had far more stamina than any ordinary mortal, but they were not exempt from the needs of man. He could only go so long without sleep. When the Union learns of Moranti, Mass, and Gypsy's fall, they will respond. If we do not have our supply lines in place by that time, we will lose the city in no time. If, however, the Union is the one without their lines, they will fall in less than a month. We must hold on until then. Understood, Your Grace. I will write the general immediately, responded Genalio, slapping himself lightly before leaving in a hurry. Lord Tarkal requests an audience, reported a guard. Let him in. Tarkal appeared before Lorist, no less tired than him. Everything in order. Yes, Your Grace. The high officials and 17 Blade Masters' families have boarded the ships with the 92 Union nobles and gold-ranked swordsmen and their families. A total of 1,784 people, sans the 648 servants going along. Jim has installed 5 bronze cannons on each of the 8 DAWs and the linked deck ensures the guests have nowhere to go, reported Tarkal. Phew. Now everyone can finally get some sleep. You should rest too. It has been a busy 3 days for us. The inner city's surrender didn't mean all was well. Instead, Lorist and his subordinates raised their guard, mainly because the 17 Blade Masters and 40-plus gold-ranked swordsmen were still present. It was a high-tier force Lorist could not ignore, even though they'd surrendered. With Lorist there, all would be well, but should he ever be absent? A sudden uprising by the Blade Masters and gold ranks would be devastating. The issue was that Lorist couldn't be in charge of looking after all the prisoners, so Tarkal came up with a solution to it. He suggested the captives be held on the ships. The bay was safe so the prisoners could be kept on ships in the middle of it. Lorist loved the idea. He immediately had 2 captured Sabnums and several dozen DAWs prepared. None had masts, so there was no threat of the captors using them to sail away. They were all fastened together, hull to hull and moved to the middle of the bay. The bay was sheltered from the normal turbulence of the sea and now was not storm season. The ships were in no threat of coming loose and drifting. It did present a slight challenge, however. Most of the captives were nobles of one sort or another, and they had to have certain luxuries. The ships had to be stocked beforehand. Some were even allowed a servant or 2 as company. Naturally, Lorist was extra cautious. He moved several ships from the line defending the bay to keep watch on the floating prison. The nobles have been settled, Your Grace. But the rest of the prisoners from the inner city have complaints, Tarkal continued. Complaints? What complaints? We've done everything we promised. Lorist exclaimed. They complain the food is too plain and too little. Ha ha ha. If they don't think it's enough, they can always buy more. It's not like I confiscated their wealth. They brought their wealth with them when they left. Remind them that they're captives. They should be happy to get any food at all. Lorist had indeed kept all his promises. He provided food and water and had not touched their wealth. Goods were very expensive at the moment though. He'd even gone as far as to set up a tavern in their camp. They could have good meals as long as they paid. Lorist had a monopoly on anything going into the camp, so he set the prices as high as he could. He would bleed the people dry before he left the city. All right. Pajik will take a sentry division to the camp and keep them all in their place. When Senbad finishes escorting the captives to Silaoaz and hands us the name list, we can split the family members into 2 categories. Those sailors still alive may take their families to Silaoaz. Dead sailors' families will be sent to the camp in the city. I trust a 12,000 strong division is enough to keep them under control. The 100,000 captives from the inner city were Union loyalists and Lorist wasn't interested trying to get them to defect. They were nothing more than sacks of gold. He had agreed to great conditions to entice them to surrender, such as not taking their personal wealth and property, but he had his ways. He would leave with every penny this city had or his name wasn't Norton Lorist. Besides, everything belonged to him by right, anyway. He would have had to be more careful were this the outer city it was just too large but the inner city was no trouble. He actually hoped they'd revolt. It would give him the perfect excuse to just take everything. Come to think of it, have the 4th Flotilla's families boarded the ships? They have, Your Grace. They will depart at 3 this afternoon, replied Tarkal. Though Moranti's port was for public use, the fleet area was reserved as the accommodation for the members of Invincible. Lorist set his sights on the surrendered sailors, all rich with seafaring experience. He planned to form a larger transport fleet in the future, so he turned to them sailors to solve his lack of manpower. He didn't transport the families to Silaos to reunite with the sailors out of the goodness of his heart. He wanted to use them to make sure the sailors behaved, lived obediently, and served him. Their families were hostages. As long as they had lingering ties, they would serve him the best they could. Colonel Belknap took one division to occupy the warehouses outside the East Gate. Colonel Jades took 3 brigades to the commercial area and Reedy is somewhere in the outer city. Potter Fang occupies the inner city with a brigade. The whole of Moronti is ours, concluded Tarkal. Sigh. I never have enough men when I need them. The 2 legions had 8 divisions, 96,000 men in total, but it was spread very thin across the city. Men were needed everywhere. The city was a mass of holes in its defenses. Lorist had yet to get to plundering because he couldn't spare the men. Of the Sentry Legion's 4 divisions, Els and Ovides took 1 to Mass and Gypsy, Shus put 1 on the walls, the 3rd was guarding the port, and Pajik was on the prison ships with the last. Of the 4 firm rock divisions, Reedy was using 2 to watch the outer city, 1 holding down the fort by the warehouses, and the final one had been split in 2. 3 of its brigades were with Jades, holding down the commercial area, and the last stood guard over the inner city with Potter Fang. The treasuries, armories, and shrines were still unguarded, and Lorist's men had yet to set foot in the academy area and on Bryn Hill. Lorist couldn't watch over them all with just his 100 personal guards. Things should go better once Els returns, Lorist consoled himself. Tarkal, any response from the Dominion yet? Not yet, Your Grace. It should be another day or 2. All right. That will do for now. With the Blade Masters gone, we can finally breathe, though just a little. I mean, come on. The Union actually has so many Blade Masters. Just the assholes left here to guard the city is more than the entire kingdom has. I never knew they were this common. Do you want to try to recruit a few? No. I cannot ensure their loyalty. Having a loose cannon that's strong is a greater liability than it's worth. I would rather cultivate my own. Don't worry, we'll have a few more soon enough. Lowe's and Potter Fang might be our first ones next year. Lorist yawned. Well, that's all. I'm going to take a nap. I haven't shut my eyes in 3 days. You get some rest too, Tarkal. Make sure you look after your health. Understood, Your Grace. Rest well. I take my leave now. Lorist said he was just taking a nap, but only woke up 17 hours later. He was greeted with Genalio, red-eyed. What's wrong? Did something happen? Bad news, Your Grace. Sir Belknap finished inventorying the warehouses. We don't have enough food to feed the city. We can last at best half a month. Chapter 515 Crisis Control. A smart thief steals in such a way his target doesn't know he's been robbed. A genius steals in such a way his target thanks him for taking the stuff off his hands. Lorist got up after forcing Genalio to sleep, took a bath, and filled his stomach before he started dealing with the food shortage, refreshed. He had predicted Moronti would be short on food. That half the transport fleet was carrying food made it apparent. The city housed 1 million people. Coupled with the 200,000 laborers and poor folk outside the walls and the 400,000 troops at the plains, it fed 1.7 million people a day. Folic Plains was a well-known agricultural region back in the day, but it now lay in ruin thanks to the war. It had supplied half of the Union's food. The other half came mostly from Callisto Hills, which was stressed to the breaking point. Tarkal arrived and brought with him more bad news. Mass was supposed to be the region's granary, but it only had a day's worth of food. The Union had bet on the shipment and carted most of their supplies to the front lines. But now that food was Lorist's spoils. Lorist knew there would be a shortage, but this was far worse than he'd imagined. Their entire stores could only last 15 days, and all of it was rough, cheap foods like wheat and potatoes. All the fleet's food had been sent to Cape Romani instead to feed the laborers working on the reef fortress. Howard had kept only what was necessary and sent the rest to Silaos. Lorist had the ships to go get the food, but no one to man them. All the old crews were now laborers or captives somewhere else. Silaos had the food, but not the ships. He just had to make do without it. The few merchants who'd been in the city's harbor when he'd attacked, had fled already. Senbad's Blitz flotilla was heading to the bay to get the captured sailors' families and take them to Silaos. Everything would have been perfect if only the damned city had food. When Senbad arrived, he quickly loaded the families and left again. He would return with as much food as he could, but no sooner than 15 days. He would make it in time if nothing went wrong, but something always went wrong. And while the food would last 14 to 15 more days, the mere fact that the food was a danger. Lorist expected the enemy to react in 3 or so days. If the enemy commanders were decisive, he'd be facing an army in 10 days. The possibility of relief by their own side, coupled with knowledge that they didn't have much food left, might just be enough to push the 1.7 million people into a massive uprising. Lorist had planned for the enemy's reaction and put Tigersor and Jaeger on the front lines to keep the enemy busy, but the Union had 400,000 men. They could still send a massive force back compared to what he had in Moronti. His original plan had been to stand his ground in the city. He only needed to drag the fighting on for a week so Tigersor and Jaeger could smash through the front lines and march to the city. Or at least pressure them enough to threaten to do just that. The Union would crumble and surrender. The city's lack of food made that plan nearly impossible. He could hold the enemy outside the city, but he couldn't fight the people inside it at the same time. Definitely not if a million rose up at the same time. They could crush his men under the weight of their corpses alone. How did the Union deal with this? Asked Lorist. They would supply some food every fortnight. Most would be coarse and every household could use their registered booklet to buy a set amount from the shops at a set price. Food aside, meat, wine, leather, even some other consumables were rationed. Any amount purchased within a set limit would cost little, but they'd have to pay several times more for any more than the ration. A few of the rationed ships are still open. Some even make a decent profit, said Tarkal. Wait a second. Why does this sound familiar? This sounds just like planned allocation used during the time of the planned economy. My grandparents always took a large number of tickets with them for meat and cloth. I remember using a ticket to buy a piece of maltose candy only to be pummeled by my grandfather. He said he wasn't mad that I was eating candy, but that I took something without permission, I'd stolen. I don't know what these Union merchants are thinking. They actually planned the whole economy. Weren't there objections? How are the shops managed? Tarkal shook his head. The people were easily swayed. The Union said everything was for the war effort. They said everything would return to normal once it ends. Everyone was willing to suffer to see the kingdom defeated. I sent men to investigate the outer city. Nothing seems out of order. The cheapest food right now is dried and salted fish, and potatoes. The potatoes come from Callisto Hills and the dried fish from the sea. The fish in particular is from an old stockpile. Nobody really ate it before, so a large stockpile had built up. We've taken over the city, so Callisto Hills won't send any more potatoes and the stockpiles are nearly completely dry. If we shrink the rations, we might be able to stretch it to 15 days. The guilds handle the trade directly. Ford handled fine goods and meat, Peterson handled leather and cloth, as usual. Mayflower dealt with honey, spices, and other luxuries, Rywald the allocation of daily necessities, Chichter seafood, and other related goods, and Twinhead Dragon various precious ingredients mostly to nobles. The divide between rich and poor has become binary and extreme. The rich ate like there was no war going on at all until we barged in, while the poor were barely getting by. I've even heard a market for rat meat has sprung up and many people spend their days hunting the gutters and slums for rats. All the guild shops are now closed, of course. Luckily people mostly only buy when there's a sale and we haven't missed one yet. The next sale is 4 days. If we don't have food ready and shops open by then, however, people might start getting uppity. Lorist stroked his chin as he paced around. Tarkal's report was grave. It was imperative that the people were placated soon. They could not afford to let them rise up. They already hated him and his men to the bone, and the slightest excuse would sweep them up into full revolt. Send for Torin, Belnik, and Jades. Also, tell Els and Ovides to finish up quickly and come back. The guards by the door saluted and dashed off. Tarkal, send an eagle to Kamora and Spiel. Tell them to prepare a convoy as quickly as they can. Send as much beast fur and food as they can. Have them send administrators as well. Understood, Your Grace. Tarkal turned to leave. Wait. Invite the syndicates in the slums to a meeting tomorrow. Torin was Tok's father, the second in command of North Sea. He was old, so he was put in charge of logistics. An exception had been made however, and he had been given the task of sealing Hyde Gold Bay. He had performed admirably. Torin was the first to arrive, Jades and Belnik came soon after. Lorist briefed them quickly. Uncle Torin, go to the docks. Tell Pajik to leave some sailors behind. Also, have him leave a brigade as an escort. Take as many ships as you can and head for Silaoaz and bring back as much food as you can. You have to be back in 12 days. If you come across Senbad, show them the parchment I'll give you later. Take them back to Silaoaz with you and use them as transports as well. He regretted having Invincible's 4th flotilla sent to Silaoaz early. He should have waited. He could really have made good use of them now. The remaining sailors either didn't have family members or lost family during the fight. They were considered unreliable. Understood, Your Grace. I will be back as soon as I can, assured Torin. He bid his farewell and left for the docks immediately. Jades. Seal off the commercial area and start searching the stores. Transport everything valuable to the inner city and make an inventory. Understood, Your Grace, Jades saluted. Belnik, take a brigade to Callisto Hills. Buy as much food as you can. Buy, you hear, not take. You can offer 1.5 times the market price if you need to. You can double the offer if the farmers can transport the food to the city immediately. You have 3 days. Yes, my lord. Lorist met syndicate bosses the next morning. Among them he knew Jindaz, Elsa's old friend. The man had changed considerably, however. He was not friendly towards Lorist, at least. It was to be expected, however. Back then Lorist had been the friend of a friend, now he was a blood-sworn enemy. Lorist had also turned from a simple mercenary into one of only a handful of sword saints on the continent and the ruler of what was a kingdom in all but name. Gentlemen, I have conquered Moranti for the sake of peace. I am not here to deprive you of your riches, Lorist became shamelessly. He rattled off a speech about establishing lasting peace between the two countries. It took him 20 minutes to get to the point. I promise to not mistreat the people as long as they don't fight me. As I said before, I'm only here for the guilds who drag you into their war. We will take only their wealth. Quiet down. I know what you want to say. It's true that many of the supplies and daily necessities are in their hands. If we take it, you will starve. I have no intent of doing this. I will show my sincerity by keeping you all fed. I'm willing to sell the food we take from the guilds to you cheaply. Gentlemen, before, you were all in charge of your district's security, hygiene, and taxation while the guild handled supplies. The guilds are gone, so you must step up. You will sell the food to the people instead. Lorist's lips curved. I will give everyone free food in 3 days. Every household will get 5 kilograms of potatoes and half a kilogram of dried fish. We'll also have a sale on some of the stuff we took from the guilds. Chapter 516 The Angle of Merchants. It is sometimes better to give up a city, than to fight for it. Just as Lorist was racking his brains over the livelihoods of the city folk on the 33rd day of the 6th month, the 7th day of House Norton's occupation of the city, the 400,000 Union troops on the front lines finally got word of the city's fall, as well as the occupation of Mass and Gypsy. All the commanders seemed to have been done in the posterior. They instantly broke into a huge frenzy. They finally realized why the enemy had kept attacking them for the last 2 weeks. The forces that had most troubled them, and continued to do so now, were House Norton's 2 other legions on the field, Tigersor and Jaeger. They always had the upper hand in their confrontations and made the Union eat dust far too many times. They'd swept over every obstacle since the moment they showed back up on the front lines and pushed the front line back by a large stretch. If they hadn't had to return to the Northlands when the rebellion broke out, the war would likely have been over already. They had to admit that House Norton and its damnable armies were far beyond their ability to fight. Luckily they were only a small fraction of the total enemy army. The rest of Andernach's forces were incompetent at best, and downright dangerous to their own side at worst. A cakewalk for the Union. So far they'd made up for the losses they suffered at the hands of House Norton's forces with victories against the rest of the enemy forces. They won every battle in which House Norton was not involved. And beat Auguslo like a bully would beat a retard. It was almost sad. They'd done especially well during House Norton's absence and were on the brink of victory. But that damned fool just had to clean everything up just in time and send his men back into the fray. In just a few months they'd gone from being on the brink of victory to being on the brink of defeat. With Moronti's fall, that was no longer just the brink of defeat, but the brink of total defeat. The Nortons didn't strike their strongest fortresses, they hit only where the Union was weak. It wasn't very efficient and had confused the Union for a while. Why would House Norton, known for striking decisively and trying to end things as quickly as possible, now hit large inconsequential places? The attack slowly opened a hole in the lines in the far north of the plains, and they rushed in, forcing the Union back quite a bit. It took the Union 3 days and 100,000 men to close the gap. It wasn't enough to stop them, however. Jaeger and Tigersor didn't meet them on the field. They just melted away whenever the Union showed up. They soon lost track of the 2 legions entirely. When next the 2 legions were sighted, they were opening another hole in the south of the plains. It took 4 days this time to close the hole. Again the enemy melted away when they showed up and struck somewhere else. This quickly sapped them of their momentum and soon Andernach had the initiative. The Union's upper command, led by Twin-Head Dragon's president, Koblight, was painfully aware of this fact, but they could do nothing. Most of their troops were infantry and could not keep up with the mounted enemy. What little cavalry they had were all in personal guard units and no noble was willing to let them go out and face an entire legion on their own, not to mention that it would leave the nobles unguarded. They'd considered, for a while, sticking infantry on horses and just throwing them at the enemy, but horses were in cripplingly short supply. Only 2 places on the continent bred horses in any real quantities. One in Andernach's territory, the other straddled the border between Romon and Cawston. The Union had once been capable of fielding a 30,000-strong cavalry force, back during the War of Glass, but it had taken generations to build up the horses and expertise for that unit, and the wars since then had all but wiped it out. They couldn't replace them either since both powers had stopped their horse trading with the Union, and Andernach would certainly not sell them horses. Lorist had played with the thought of joining the horse business, but it wasn't lucrative enough to be worth it. It certainly didn't help that the horses native to his territory were lean, relatively small, and weak compared to proper war horses. They were fine for farm work and other civil duties such as transport, but ill-suited to warfare, especially if they were to be armored to keep them alive. The Union had been on the brink of negotiating a deal with Duke Fisibalan several years back, but then Lorist attacked the Duke and destroyed their plans. The Union now paid for their lack of cavalry. The Nortons bullied their men with impunity. They could strike at a moment's notice, and didn't even have to bother with planning since they could just run away if things were looking bad. Fisibalan and Philim's cavalry suffered heavy losses 2 years earlier because they used them to take on strongholds, the worst thing one could do with cavalry besides trying to fight a navy. Tigersor did not have that problem. They used their cavalry only to strike ill-defended positions and moved their catapult brigade against heavier positions. The Union had built up their own catapult forces using the blueprints they got from the Northlands, but, while they were better than their old ones, without the right materials they were still no match for their northern counterparts. Though every fort, castle, city, and stronghold was armed to the teeth with catapults and ballistae, they could do nothing as the enemy's rocks soared in from beyond their range and pummeled them into dust and bloody pulps. Duke Koblight had been brainstorming plans to deal with the 2 legions for 2 days without sleep and was on the brink of collapse. He had just sent for his aides, advisors, and subordinates for the umpteenth time when he got news of Moronti's fall. He fainted even before he could vomit the blood that suddenly burst into his mouth from that magical gland. The people of Grindia had that stored blood for just such occasions. It was left to drool out of his mouth as he lay, convulsing, on the floor. He was woken by his men several minutes later, his attack having passed, to hear of Mass and Gypsy's fall. He empties that special gland, wiped his mouth, and started the meeting. A few hot-headed youths among the junior staff clamored for revenge. They wanted to march on Moronti with the entire army immediately. Their wiser seniors were wary of such a reckless move. They suggested redeploying only a part of the army. They suspected House Norton's 2 fielded legions would move the moment they noticed a thinning of the front lines. If they turned their backs on them, they'd be wiped out. The 2 sides fought endlessly in the tent. One side accused the other of cowardice, whilst the latter accused the former of stupidity. Koblight was forced to adjourn the meeting for the day so everyone could calm down and think things through on their own. He called a secret meeting with the other guildheads in his private quarters. Duke Peterson wanted to know why they had to have a secret meeting. Koblight smiled wryly. Information will leak easily with many people, and everyone is too emotional right now to think clearly. I'll be plain and direct. We've lost. This war is over. All we can hope for now is a good exit. We haven't lost because the Nortons took Moronti, if only that we could still turn this around. We lost because those bastards sank the fleet and took the convoy. There's no coming back from this, there isn't even a stabilizing of this. Duke Chichter's expression fell apart. Impossible. Nothing's impossible, Koblight countered solemnly. They started their attack from Hyde Gold Bay. We had a whole flotilla there, and the rest of the fleet was heading there. They've obviously been lost. You should have seen the 4th's report regarding their clash with the Norton fleet. They call it a victory, but it was a rout. We've not heard from the rest of the fleet for a month. They're gone as well. It's even more certain with the bastards having taken Moronti. I suspect we'll hear of the fleet and convoy's demise in a few more days, but even if they weren't taken or sunk, we have no way of bringing supplies in by sea anymore and land transport is too slow. We should make our preparations. Shouldn't we take back Moronti immediately, even more if that's the case? Asked Peterson. His angst to retake the city made sense, it was their capital. It wasn't just a matter of practical problems as a result of its loss. It having fallen to the enemy at all was bad enough for their honor and reputation already, but if it was still in enemy hands when they called it quits and surrendered, their honor would be completely destroyed and they'd never. No, we can't turn back, said Koblight, shaking his head. Why not? Peterson aside, the other presidents also let out shocked gasps. Think about it. What benefit does taking the city have? There are no food stores, so we don't get back supplies. Besides the losses we'd have to suffer to take it back, it would be a burden on us rather than a benefit. We'd have to find food elsewhere suddenly to feed the 1 million people. We're already struggling to feed our 1 million people here, how will we feed double that amount? Moronti isn't the anchor for our rule anymore, we can do without it. If anything, losing Moronti has lightened our burden quite a lot. The biggest benefit is that we don't have to worry about feeding 1 million people that don't give us anything in return. Without our extensive trade network, all those merchants and craftsmen in the city are worthless. The farmers and miners, woodcutters, and hunters in the rest of our lands are worth far more right now. We don't have to worry about the enemy pushing beyond the city much either. They won't be able to hold the city for long. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if they're already losing dozens of men a day keeping the people at bay. Remember why we moved out of Moronti in the first place, and why we didn't hand it over to someone as a fief. The people in the city are completely dedicated to the idea of freedom and equality because of our propaganda during our war with the Christian Empire. They'll never accept being ruled over by nobles. That same sentiment will be even stronger when the noble took over by force and is a sworn enemy of the Union. Let them keep Moronti. This is actually an opportunity to inflict heavy losses on them. Send agents to infiltrate the city and whip the people up into revolt. They want to take Moronti from us? Let's show them how stubborn the people there can be, and bleed them dry while we're at it. Even if we have to lose the war, we'll make sure they don't have the people to work the land they'll get and will be forced to pull back to their stinking castles. We'll hold out in our dominions and wait for them to have to withdraw, and sweep in as the saviors again. If we play our cards right, they might even be so much weakened we can just march into their lands and wipe them out. Coblight's words didn't invigorate the other presidents. Duke Ford sighed. Have we really lost the war, Coblight? Can we not turn this around somehow? I wish it were otherwise. We've not been bested on the field, but we can't keep this war going any longer. That bastard Norton struck us where we couldn't afford to be struck. We can't just keep fighting on the front lines because we don't have the supplies, but we can't turn back and march on Moronti because his allies will stab us in the back if we do. Not that taking back Moronti will do anything. Without the convoy and its resources, we'll starve in a few more weeks, anyway. We still have 400,000 men, though, right? They can't just swallow us whole. Duke Rywald interjected. Numbers alone don't matter. In fact, having that many makes us even weaker right now. Our supplies will run dry much faster because of our numbers. We can have all the men in the world, without food, every additional man just starves us out that much faster. What do we do now? Asked Peterson. We should conserve as much of our core and elite units as possible, the 200,000 of our personal retinues, mainly. The rest can be sacrificed to cover our retreat. March the freedom zealots from Moronti back to the city to hold them down. Charge the remaining 100,000 against Andanak here while we withdraw. Coblight brought over a map. We'll charge them into the enemy here, and withdraw while the enemy's focused on dealing with them. We'll head for Movlin as fast as we can. Everything between here and there is wasteland thanks to the war, so we lose nothing by giving that up. Movlin is the best place to defend. We can also keep our 200,000 men fed with the rest of our territories and it's much closer to them so we will have an easier time getting the food there. Chapter 517 Miscalculation. I seem to feel like there's something off, thought Lorist as he paced about on the walls. It was the 17th day of House Norton's occupation of Moronti. A week ago, Lorist received urgent word from a scout that the Union troops have already begun heading for Moronti with 100,000 men in the vanguard and another 200,000 in the rearguard spiritedly. It seemed that a huge, bloody battle was about to break out at the city. With the huge army coming their way, Lorist and the officers of the two legions didn't manage to get any rest in the next few days and were busy with managing various defensive aspects of the battle. They spent a huge sum of money and resources and managed to rely on the citizens of Moronti to clear out the shelters for the poor folk and dug out some trenches and built some mud walls. It was a busy time. When everything was ready and done, the first wave of attackers arrived. Near 10,000 Union soldiers swarmed Indiana a disorganized manner and discarded their weapons and armor with both their hands waving all sorts of white cloth in surrender as they called out, "Have some mercy and give us something to eat. Open the gates. We surrender. I want to go home and stop fighting." By the time Lorist, Potterfang, and the other officers of the legions saw that, they were so shocked that their teeth almost fell out. Nobody knew what was going on. It was obviously not a trick, as never has there been a performance to bait an enemy that was so realistic. Those soldiers ran up to the walls with ragged breaths and sat straight down without bothering to stand up. Only when Els sent someone to ask them what was going on did they begin to understand the situation. Seriously speaking, those 10,000 people were the survivors of the Union's vanguard. They had set out to take Moronti back with only 5 days' worth of rations, and the Union higher UPS told them that since Gypsy and Mass had fallen too, they would gain more supplies if they reconquered those places. As those 100,000 men were Morontian recruits, they set out without a second thought out of worry for their families' safety. However, they were only infantrymen, and no matter how quickly they marched, they only managed to reach Gypsy after they finished their food. It was unfortunate that only a husk of the citadel had been left behind by Lorist, and the soldiers took the city back without shedding a drop of blood, only to find that there wasn't the slightest bit of food there. There wasn't anything edible. It was bricks and stones galore, so they could only drink more water to fill their stomachs. So, they placed their hopes on the citadel of Mass. The two citadels were only 1 day's travel away from each other. However, they were attacked by Tigersaur and Jaeger midway there. The 100,000 soldiers were hungry and tired and crumbled immediately. That 10,000 ran faster than most and managed to escape encirclement by the cavalrymen. However, they realized that there was nowhere else they could run to and thought of their family members in Moronti and decided to surrender after some discussion. Lorist really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had spent a few days' effort only for it to end up wasted. A day later, Tigersaur and Jaeger's men returned with a large number of captives, adding another 100,000 mouths to feed on Moronti's food. Fortunately, Senbad and Uncle Torin had already brought food back from Silaoaz, and they had enough for the moment to feed a population of more than 1 million people. Tigersaur's general, Loz, and Jaeger's general, Freyar, arrived with the captives. It was then when Lorist found out that the Union's 100,000 men were separated from their support troops at the rear for a distance of 2 days' travel and weren't able to call for help. Tigersaur and Jaeger used that opportunity to encircle them and exterminate the force of 100,000. Loz and Freyar mentioned that their 2 legions would continue to mount a surprise rear assault on the 200,000 forces that remained at the front lines to debilitate the return of the Union troops to Moronti. After some brief discussion, the 2 of them set out with 2 brigades of captive escorting cavalrymen. However, 2 days had passed and there wasn't a single report about incoming Union reinforcements. Lorist couldn't help but guess what was going on. Even if the Union reinforcements were frightened into retreat by the extermination of the 100,000 vanguard troops, Loz and Freyar should have sent messengers back to inform him about it. It would still be better than having him wait at the walls with nothing better to do than anxiously await further news. 3 columns of smoke could be seen in the distance. A rider on a magnificent warhorse stormed towards the walls, calling out, "Urgent report from the front lines. Open the gates." Lorist opened the letter personally penned by Freyar and almost started with shock. What? The 200,000 Union reinforcements aren't heading for Moronti at all and are instead going to Movlin. What are they doing? Giving up on Moronti and the whole of Folic Plains? Yes, Your Grace. I also received Tigersaur's urgent report as I was on my way to deliver Sir Freyar's letter. The Union forces that were left behind to defend Robertway, Credo, and Rit all sent Tigersaur messengers to surrender, and Sir Loz has already taken the 3 citadels back. If that is true, there's no doubt that the official report would soon arrive, uttered the messenger. Another surprising thing. What the hell is going on? Are they cutting off their tail to survive? What in the world is the Union planning? Would they really sacrifice half their forces to protect a mere 200,000 soldiers? How could that be possible? That's too huge a price to pay. Or have they actually changed their minds after finding out that their vanguard had been defeated and returned to Movlin to conserve their troops? Why would the soldiers left to defend the citadel surrender then? That's around 100,000 men too. Lorist couldn't understand what was going on no matter how much he troubled himself over it. Regardless, the avoidance of a battle at Moronti was a good thing. A day later, Lorist received another report from the front lines and understood what was happening. The heck? They're trying to move the war zone away. The Union is trying to conserve their elite forces by sacrificing their ragtag troops. This was something they had planned all along, and they intend to let House Norton feed those 200,000+ hungry mouths. This number of captives will no doubt cost us a lot of food. But why would the Union forces give up on retaking Moronti? Do they have any other aims? In Lowes's report, the troops that were guarding the 3 citadels had surrendered because of a lack of food and other supplies, as the rear forces of the Union had brought most of the supplies with them when they departed, leaving behind only 5 days' worth of food. As the soldiers were afraid that the allied noble army of Andanak that they had battled against for the past 2 years would do them ill after they surrendered, they took the opportunity to surrender to House Norton's troops instead. Lowes requested Lorist to send a batch of food to those 3 citadels as soon as they could, because the 100,000 captives were currently consuming Tigersor's own rations. Even the Tigersor soldiers were only half-fed. At the same time, Auguslo also discovered that the 3 citadels were in Norton control and sent a messenger over to take over the citadels. Sigh, I just hope this king of ours doesn't give us any more trouble in such a busy time. Lorist wrote an order for Lowes to refuse Auguslo's request. There were 7 citadel cities including Moronti on Folic Plains, and Auguslo had only control over one of them, Bluewek. If the 3 citadels were handed to Auguslo, he might stay there and refuse to leave, which would complicate negotiations in the future. Lorist also had Lowes borrow some food from the house's 3 allies and Duke Fisibalan to overcome this obstacle. Jaeger was currently pursuing the 200,000 Union forces that escaped and couldn't be mobilized for anything else. Lorist then had Firm Rock take over the 3 citadels immediately. Only when Potter Fang arrived would Lowes escort the surrendered garrison soldiers over. After dealing with the arrangements and ordering Potter Fang to depart, Lorist gave it some thought before writing Auguslo a personal letter which detailed House Norton's successful defeat of Invincible Fleet and conquest of Moronti. He mentioned that the change in the situation on the front lines was the result of the capital being taken. It seemed that they had given up on the city and Folic Plains altogether and retreated to Movlin. Lorist impolitely demanded for Auguslo to not make any rash moves to ruin the current state of affairs they had fought so hard for. Lorist was going to use Moronti and Folic Plains as bargaining chips for a peace treaty between the 2 nations, and he expressed his hopes that Auguslo should go find something else to do, such as going back to accompany his poor wife that had spent 3 years alone in the palace. Lorist also promised Auguslo that he would use his status as a sword saint to negotiate with the Union, and that he would bear any responsibilities for upcoming changes. Should the negotiations fail, it wouldn't be too late for Auguslo to come and wrap things up. It was still much better than having it be ruined by Auguslo's appearance. But if the negotiations were successful, he would still need Auguslo to show up and sign the peace treaty. After sending his guards off with his letter, Lorist breathed a long sigh and began to consider what the Union really intended. Were they really going to ignore Moronti altogether? That was the most famous trading capital on the whole of Grindia and the capital city of the Union. Janalio and Tarkal both came over, each holding a large stack of documents. But they wore rather grim expressions. "What's going on with the 2 of you? You look so down," said Lorist with a laugh. "Your Grace, the inventory of the inner city districts and the commercial area is ready." Janalio ignored Lorist's question and replied with a solemn look. "Oh? Let's hear it. I wonder how much our accounts will grow after this." Lorist's mood improved. His wasn't doing charity by participating in the war. All the resources and riches in Moronti were supposed to be his spoils and compensation for deploying his troops. He believed that they wouldn't let him down. Janalio replied with a pained look, "Your Grace, the spoils this time around wasn't as much as we expected. We only found around 4 million gold forts in the inner city and commercial district combined, and another bunch of resources worth up to 10 million gold forts, a small amount of which are expensive luxury goods. There are also many jewelries that are worth about a few million gold fords. That's all there is. What? It's that little? Lorist said with a start, that's impossible. How could there be so little spoils in Moronti? It's a city with a population of 1 million. Millions of gold fords circulate in the markets on a daily basis. Other things aside, the merchant guilds of the city should have a huge store of various treasures from all over the continent. How could the spoils be worth so little? If it were some other city, Lorist would be more than surprised at the amount of spoils he got. But this was Moronti. How could the sum be so less? At that moment, Lorist wondered whether any of his subordinates were faking the accounts and trying to hide the spoils away. He definitely wouldn't believe that it was really that meager. Your Grace, that would be the case if it were a decade ago. The current Moronti is not the trading capital it once was. To be honest, it's not even as influential as Jigda's capital, Saint Manard. Ever since the Union fought Tarabo in the War of Glass and the implementation of the nobility system, the mid-southern nations erected trade embargoes against the Union, and that caused Moronti's status as a trade city to fall way down. The number of people that come and go can't even be compared to a decade ago. It's not nearly as merry as it once was, said Genalio calmly, shattering Lorist's good impression of the city in an instant. It really does seem to be the case. Otherwise, the various academies wouldn't close down because they didn't have any new applicants. Dawn Academy wouldn't have to start over in the Northlands either. Just like Lightnovel had mentioned in his reports before, Moronti's prosperity had declined and there hasn't been a single trading convoy coming in from the outside. The city's market seemed to be completely in the hands of the various merchant guilds, and the profits have all been split between them already, leaving no room for others. A few years back, Tarkal once drafted a plan for the formation of a new merchant guild in Moronti, which they would spend years to nurture into one that had a huge influence in the city. It was too bad that even though Lorist approved of that plan, they found that it wasn't practically possible. As Lightnovel had said, all the industries in the city were monopolized by those merchant guilds, ranging from products citizens consumed to military equipment. Even if a new product was developed and put into the market, the related merchant guilds would come to force the manufacture and distribution of the product to be given to them, and there would be terrible consequences for a refusal to comply. Your Grace, ever since the Union implemented the nobility system, the various merchant guilds gained their own dominion, and they basically moved all their production centers and stores there. The commercial areas of Moronti are only glorified storefronts for their products. Even though they still keep a substantial amount of stock here, it really isn't that much. And since the Union went to war with the mid-southern nations, the market in Moronti had only grown colder by the day. Most of the goods stored in the city are bad-selling spoils of war or daily necessities required by the citizens. There's almost nothing valuable here. That's the case for almost all the storehouses of the merchant guilds here, explained Tarkal more clearly. Lorist slapped his forehead at how he still considered Moronti to be how it was in its glory days when he was studying and working as a mercenary there. He didn't think that the passing of a decade would see the Union swallowing 7 neighboring nations in the War of Glass and it being suppressed by the other neighboring nations due to its expansionist policies, which also resulted in the severing of the trade routes. A few years later, the Union waged war again to force the trade routes open, but that naturally didn't bring any good results for Moronti itself. Could a trading capital without trade still be known as such? Chapter 518 Pitfall Trap. If your enemy has a conscience, kill him with it. Genalio put a large stack of documents on the table. Take a look, Your Grace. They document the money spent to maintain Moronti for the last 3 years. The Union lost 3 million gold fords in the first year, 5 million in the second, and just over 1 million last year. The trend suggests they'll have evened things out by the end of this year. This suggests Moronti's been made completely self-sufficient. It no longer needs trade to supply its own demand, or at least will have needed none very soon. The guilds have also become the direct employers of 9+10ths of the people. They work for the union for money, then pay that money right back to the guilds to buy the things they need. The union might as well have done away with money in the city altogether if this kept up for a couple more years. We discovered a few letters between a guild vice president and a few of his associates in the inner city. They were arguing over whether it was worth feeding the people not involved in production in some way or another. It's actually pretty interesting. His associates were arguing that they should move half the city's population to the dominions. The vice president argued against it. He believed the people in the city were far more educated than the obedient plebs in their dominions and that the union could exploit this. He talked about having moved his operations to his dominion, but that it was not up to standard, so he had to move it back to the city. We've picked up from a number of letters and documents that the guilds are still debating how the city's management was to be handled in the years to come. The city is no longer as impressive as used to be. It is also no longer the biggest trade port on the continent. One document is a proposal to disband the city almost entirely and scatter its inhabitants across the entire country. The abandoned districts would then be turned into resorts, retreats, villas, and palaces for the nobles away from the plebs. The Big Seven vetoed it. Twin-Head Dragon's president Koblight rejected it outright. In his statement he made it abundantly clear that the problem was temporary and that it would go away once the war ended. They were not to disband the city under any circumstances. He even went as far as saying that, rather than disbanding the city, they should expand the city. He wanted it to be the biggest and most glorious city on the continent when they were done, worthy of being the Union's capital. Lorist tapped the table lightly as he listened. He had to admit that Koblight was brilliant. His foresight was far greater than the rest of the gold-grubbing merchants. The Union's current state was those fools' fault. If they hadn't implemented the aristocracy, Moronti would have remained the #1 trade city on the continent. They weren't happy being rich commoners, however. They just had to be nobles too. They were tired lowering their heads in front of nobles far poorer than they just because the latter had a title and the former didn't. In their own greed, they forgot everyone else was greedy too. Everyone jumped to become nobles and abandoned the city, leaving it to fall into ruin. Factories and productories were moved out of the city in a couple of months and tens of thousands lost their jobs. Without salaries they couldn't pay taxes. Without taxes there wasn't money to maintain and run the city. The people were turned into vagabonds. When the guilds finally took note and started doing something, they did it in such a way that the people were turned into slaves in all but name. The guilds and merchants shouted freedom from the rooftops, but clamored slavery in their homes. How pitiful! At least the highest officials, those on the council, still had some sanity left. They knew this system would collapse once the war ended and saw the city's potential to grow back afterwards. That all? Well done, Genalio. Quite comprehensive, praised Lorist. Genalio smiled in a troubled manner. It's not all good news, though. Oh? Out with it. It can't be worse than our current situation, can it? Our occupation has crushed what shadow of an economy was still alive in the city. The people are completely dependent on us for food, and without anything to do, they're lazing around all day. If this continues, they'll start making trouble if for no other reason than to beat back the boredom. What? How? I am this city's conqueror. I should be bleeding it dry of all its riches, not sinking all my money into feeding its sheep. Genalio shrugged. It's true, Your Grace. If we try to pack up and leave without leaving food for the people, they'll probably rise up and kill us before we get out. We could kill them all before we leave, but that'd ruin your reputation. I'm only speaking hypothetically. I know Your Grace would never kill so many people just because they're inconvenient. Callisto Hills isn't sending food anymore and nobody can work because the guilds are gone and with them the resources needed to keep business going. It's like I dug a pitfall for the Union only to bury myself in it. Ah! Lorist stood up frustratedly and knocked Genalio's head. Aren't you a daring one? You dare speak to your teacher like this? He paced back and forth in the room, racking his exhausted brain for a solution. His eyes flashed brightly several minutes later. Is the Union not coming for the city so they don't have to worry about the city's people? Do they want to dump them all on me? No, that can't be. The food we got from the convoy was meant for the city. Of course. We took the convoy. Without the convoy they can't feed the city. The bastards are leaving the city for me so they'll be spared the headache of having to figure out how to feed the city. Callisto Hills had its harvest just before the convoy left. It'll be 3 months before they have another harvest and can send more food. They were planning to tide themselves over until Callisto had its next harvest. But we've taken their convoy and their food. They'd only be making more trouble for themselves by retaking the city under these circumstances. So that's why they gave up on the city and pulled back to Movlin. They really are shameless, honorless bastards. Moronti is their capital but they'll give up on it because it's not convenient to have it right now. A noble would have rushed back without any hesitation. 1. It can't be that simple. They know the food issue alone isn't enough to put us in a bad position. The real problem is the people that have nothing to do. They are going to start making trouble out of boredom. Genalio, what were the people doing before we took the city? How are the rations distributed? Sir Tarkle sent people to investigate. His report should be here. Tarkle, speak. Yes, Your Grace. There were less than 800,000 people in the city before the war. The slums had at best 100,000. The population skyrocketed when the war started as refugees fled from the plains. Some joined rich cousins or children. The richer ones bought houses and started small businesses. The Union conscripted 140,000 from the city. Their families got more rations, which meant everyone else got less. They've lost 20 to 30,000 in the 2 years since. Families included, that's 400,000. Most were involved in production industries. The biggest was textiles, second is military equipment, mainly thanks to the war. Fishing is third. Fourth are jobs related to the guilds, but with them gone there's no bringing those back. Without the products to work, most of the production industry is gone. People have already started making trouble as a result. Lorist smiled bitterly. He now suddenly had to both feed and work these people. One Lorist calls it shameless and honorless, I call it smart and pragmatic. If your enemy wants to relieve you of such a burden, then why not let him? Never look a gift horse in the mouth. Chapter 519 Jindaz's Gift. Old friends are the best gift takers, new friends, the best gift givers. I have to jump out of this pit, thought Lorist. He did what he could immediately and invited Penelope and a few Union nobles to a banquet. After restating his reason for occupying the city, he spoke about the current state of affairs. Since hostilities had ceased, it was a good time for negotiations to begin. He hoped those present would head to Movlin and tell the Union higher UPS to come negotiate. Lorist also talked about the war. This is a war without a victor. Just look at the plains. It's been reduced to a wasteland. We can't hear the herder songs anymore, we can't see the farmers harvesting their crops, nor can we enjoy the sweet fruit of the orchards. This war must end. It has only brought destruction and pain. I refuse to believe the city I've lived in for so long is now bereft of life and hope. Too perfectly, a little too perfectly, timed tears ran down his cheeks. The crowd was moved by his speech and vowed to bring the Union to the table. Lorist thanked them. He promised that everyone would leave the city and the plains once the war was over. After sending off the group, Lorist dunked his head straight into the water basin Genalio brought. Too much powder. He'd put too much powder on his face. He couldn't stop tearing up and his eyes were swelling. Thank the gods they left so quickly. Lorist weathered 7 anxious days until Charade and Spiel arrived with his requested officials. It had been 2 decades since the man had left Moronti. He now finally stood on the soil of his homeland again. Charade's actual homeland was the now-defunct Tarabo kingdom, but he spent most of his childhood here and knew this as his true home. He'd looked forward to showing it off to his country bumpkin peers, but Lorist, like a clingy wife, wouldn't let him have the time. Lorist hid nothing from the group as he briefed them. What? So we get nothing from this? We just added another burden to our load. Shrieked Spiel. During his voyage to Moronti, he had dreamed of getting tens of millions of forts into the house's treasury. What shitty city is this? So much for the #1 trading city on the continent. Charade furrowed his brow. Moronti's change was nothing like he'd envisioned. The city felt nothing like the homeland for which he yearned, which he'd tried to recreate in the new place he lived. It was completely foreign to him. Deep down, beneath his love for money, beneath even his loyalty to Lorist, he was a Moronti man. But this was not his Moronti, not anymore. After reading the inventory and a few other documents, Charade spoke. Your Grace, give me 3 days. I'll form a unit to investigate the city. Let us decide what we will do afterwards. Lorist smiled bitterly. I regret it now. Had I known, I wouldn't have refused His Majesty's request and left Moronti and the 5 citadels in his care before returning to the Northlands. How nice it would have been to push everything onto him. I'm to blame. I shouldn't have used peace as our reason for conquest. We can only wait for the envoys to return and then negotiate the deal. We can only hope to minimize our losses. Charade laughed dryly. Things aren't quite as bad as you think. Look here, isn't there good news too? Lorist read the document Charade put on the table. It was a report from the camp that held the captives from the inner city. The tavern there was finally open and was earning tens of thousands of forts every fortnight. Part of it was thanks to the decrease in free porridge. Each bowl was diluted with water. The hungry captives had no choice but to buy pricey bread. On the one hand, we have to keep our promise as nobles to not infringe on the captives' sacred right to private property. On the other, we have to find a way to suck them dry. This is just a small hustle. Our real problem is the million Morontians with nothing to occupy their time. They've started fighting out of boredom and I doubt a revolt is far off, said Lorist. I understand. The issue is finding suitable jobs. But we're not planning to occupy the city for long, so we can't invest too much. That's the gist of it. This will only work out if we use the food work rationing system they had before. We'll pay them with food. The problem is they'll never trust us. We can try to force it, but they'll just riot. We can't pay them in gold either, though. Genalio burst into the room to report that Els had asked for an immediate audience. Lorist then left to meet him. Els jumped to his feet to salute Lorist as he stepped into the study. Your Grace, can you follow me? You're a close friend, Els. Don't act so formal. Let's go. Genalio, tell Charade to head to Red Grace Inn and wait there. We haven't seen old Char for quite a while. It'd be a good place to gather. Sigh. My uncle's inn has become one of the rationed inns in the city. Each customer can only drink a cup of wheat ale a day. Even the head chef, Macduffin, left with another viscount because there wasn't any more food to cook, said Els, crestfallen. You met Char already? Els nodded. I went there with Reedy. Uncle looks a lot older now, and he refuses many invitations from nobles who want him to be their knight. He's staying with his kids in peace. Aunt Louise takes care of the inn herself now, though they serve nothing but a cup of ale. Reedy and I asked them to move to the Northlands instead. Our lands border each other and they can choose to stay anywhere they want. But Uncle refuses. He doesn't want to leave Moronti. I tried to argue, but he chased me out. Can I come with you? Asked Charade as the two stepped out. Els hesitated for a moment. All right. But we can't attract any attention. Els brought the two to the headquarters of his old syndicate. It was a 3-story building next to a district with a large garden. An intricate angel fountain and a small forest of 30 or so trees stood in the middle of the garden. According to Els,
it used to be the property of a Terabon noble, but it was confiscated by the Union during the War of Glass. It was auctioned off to Jindas, who bought it to use as the syndicate's headquarters. Jindas was no noble, but he was in charge of the taxes of 3 districts and quite well known in the city. He was waiting for them at the entrance when they arrived. Lorist realized he was alone after entering. Jindas didn't say a word. He just nodded before taking them to the kitchen. Lorist felt something was off, but followed quietly. After entering the storeroom next to the kitchen, Jindas lifted a trapdoor and revealed a ladder. Els climbed down. "Your Grace," said Charade, hesitation written on his face. "It's fine." The ladder led to a dark room connected to a tunnel. Several burning torches lined the walls into oblivion. Jindas was the last one to descend and closed the trapdoor before leading the way. A subterranean waterway and the syndicate's private tunnel. Thanks to the rationing policy, they've had no choice but to use these routes to smuggle food and supplies, explained Els. "What are we doing here? It's not like we're trying to smuggle anything." "We didn't stop them from doing what they do either," protested Charade. "Jindas wants to give you something. There are lots of eyes on the surface and he's worried this will be bad for the syndicate if others find out. He has to hide it here," explained Els. Jindas stopped in that moment and whispered over his shoulder. "We're here." They were near a hole dug in the ground, probably to use as a temporary store during smuggling operations. It was 4 by 4 meters. There were no supplies inside, just 2 dead drunk men. "Who are they?" asked Lorist. "The bearded one is Rywald's chief supervisor. He used to be in charge of the rations. We had to kneel and beg in front of him to be given scraps. He was summoned back to the guild's dominion last year. The man behind him is the gold-ranked captain of the guild's guard. He's well known in the city," replied Jindas coldly. "Why are they in such a state?" asked Charade. "They came to me and asked me to stir up a revolt. If we did well, they'd submit a request to the council to make us nobles. I heard they came to us first because we had some ability to fight. I fed them something special when I treated them to a drink, and here we are." Lorist looked at him with deep interest. "Jindas, why didn't you do as he asked?" "I don't want to be cannon fodder." "Not for them. They aren't nobles, but they offer it to us. They can't promise what is not theirs to give. Who would be that stupid? Most importantly, many in the outer city are family. I don't want them to get involved in this. It's easy to stir up a revolt, but people will die while they get to hide. They said they were only the first to be sent and there would be more later, so I thought they would still be of use. I'd have buried them alive long ago, otherwise. I'm not trying to get on your good side. We did this because of our brother, Els. We don't want a revolt that will kill many people," said Jindas with the same cold expression. "Thank you, Jindas. I know you don't consider me a brother, but I see you as that loyal, passionate and sincere friend I made all those years ago," said Lorist. "Oh." Jindas froze and turned to see Els laughing. "Just take them away. You can't go back the way we came. Someone will be watching. I'll take you to the other exit. It's in a derelict corner of an old slum outside the city." Chapter 520 Auguslo's Trust. The kind and the polite will never be rulers. They are always trampled into the dust by people who know how to get what they want. Even when such figures may sit on the throne, they will never be the rulers. We've made preparations just in case. I don't think the negotiations will be successful, reminded Charade when he returned to the inner city. Lorist nodded with a grim expression. I don't either. The Union might be counting on Moronti to crumble us. If they can get the city to riot, they'll slander our reputation and inflict heavy casualties. They'll have an excuse to turn this into a holy crusade if we put the city down. Once they do that, we'll never get a day's rest until either of us are dead. Most immediately, the people will not hold back and will be buried under corpses.
Will be forced to pull out, and they can then just march back into the city as saviors, and without spilling any of their own blood. Lorist was enraged. The Union had chosen the path he'd feared most they might. He was infinitely tempted to hang an official or two to make an example. Rywald's vice president and one of the rank 1 blade masters that guarded the place would make good sacrifices. Charade coughed audibly. What's wrong? Catching a cold? No. You seem not to have heard what I said. Lorist blushed. Apologies, old friend. I was lost in thought. Say again. I said we should be patient. If things go as planned, Viscount Penelope and his companions should be arriving at Movlin as we speak. If the Union responds, it'll take another 10 days for news to get back. As for Jindaz's gifts, they're just another arrangement the Union made before they retreated. They infiltrated the city to gain more information and to incite revolts. I doubt they know we're trying to negotiate. Makes sense. I'll have Tarkal interrogate them thoroughly and find out even their most embarrassing childhood secrets. I'll spare their lives until I hear from the Union. If they plan to play tricks, I'll leave them 2 corpses unlike any they've ever seen. Even their nightmares will be fantastical dreams by comparison. I'll kill everyone we have if they send people to make trouble. Lorist half shouted. Charade smiled, shaking his head. Tarkal will be blind as a bat if we lose the syndicate's cooperation. We cannot tell Morandians apart from informants. Meeting Jindaz gave me an idea. I need some time to investigate and consider a few things, but it might not only bring us out of this predicament, but unexpected benefits. I must get to work. Lorist was curious, but the latter left too quickly. Charade left for the city with a bunch of officials the next day. Lorist was just about to call Charade to get more information, 2 days later, when Auguslo and a bunch of other nobles suddenly announced their arrival. Auguslo shamelessly demanded a share of the spoils. It was only fair, you see, since everyone had played some part in this glorious victory. Everyone had done their bit, and now it was time they got their reward. Shameless as he was, Auguslo knew better than to bring the matter up bluntly. Lorist was still the kingdom's sword saint, after all. He instead put up a tragic performance during the banquet until Lorist brought it up himself. He first bemoaned the long, bloody, taxing war, then, one teary-eyed noble after another told Lorist of their losses. Lorist watched the show grimly. His patience finally burnt out, and he slammed his cup on the table, rising like an arrow loosed from a bow. Follow me. Elated, Auguslo and his cronies followed quickly. Lorist led them to the meeting room and asked the guards to bring him the inventory of their spoils. He tossed them to Auguslo. See for yourself. When did I say the city was full of gold and wealth? Well, everything's there. I've not let anything out. Take your pick, what catches your eye? Auguslo was dumbstruck. Neither he nor any of his cronies imagined the city had nothing to loot. Shazin looked at the accounts pale-faced. It's not as much as we'd expected, but 4 million fords is still a massive sum. Massive sum. Lorist snapped, I sacrificed almost my entire fleet to open the seas to Moranti. The ships alone will cost more than 10 million to repair or replace. Then there's the compensation I have to pay to the families of all the men I've lost. That aside, we'll be lucky to get half of this loot to help pay back that debt. Look here, Lorist tossed another document in front of the king, the Union left their storehouses bare. We have to use most of the money we got from the city to feed the 1 1/3 of a million people living in the city. This whole endeavor's been a massive loss. I'm shitting money down the long drop like someone with dysentery. Ken Mays flipped the new document open. Incredible. They made something out of nothing. They're even doing it with cloth instead of coins. They didn't just keep all their money, they even got monopolies over everything. Cried he. Wondrous my ass. Lorist bellowed, I conquered Moranti, I took this city but I get nothing for it. The merchants and their wealth are gone.
This stupid rationing system is also now gone and I have to feed the whole fucking city. I'm sitting on the edge of a volcano about to erupt. There is good news, however. Good news. Everyone asked in unison. Yes. Now that you're here, I'll pass the city and the surrounding forts to you. You can do with them what you want, I don't care. I took part in this whole mess to end the war. I sank their fleets, took the plains, and even conquered their capital, and I've sent messengers to call for negotiation. My work is done, so I'm heading home. Lorist didn't care that he'd told the king he'd handle the negotiations to make sure things went smoothly. He just wanted to be rid of this whole business and go home, so he shameless tossed everything onto the king's shoulders and prepared to leave. This was one of the nice things about being someone else's vassal. You could just toss stuff to them if it was too much for you. Auguslo was not about to be given such a hot potato, however. He smiled and patted Lorist's shoulder. Locke. You're the kingdom's sword saint, you're the pinnacle of our power. It won't do to not have you at the negotiations. Your forces have also played a pivotal role in getting us this victory and this opportunity at peace. It would be a slander on your glory if you didn't get to sit at the table as we end this war. The plains and the city were taken by you, so it's only natural that you keep them until the negotiations are over. With that, Auguslo tossed everything back to Lorist. He made him field marshal and gave him overall command of the front lines and all the newly occupied territories, as well as putting him in charge of negotiations with the Union. He had to actually help out with the situation in the city, though, so he decided to give all the food stores in Bluewick to Lorist to help him out a little. Lorist almost fainted. He didn't think he'd not just fail to get rid of this nuisance, but be given every other nuisance the king had. He couldn't find a counter to the king's arguments, however. He was indeed the kingdom's only sword saint, so he was the ideal pick to be the front line's guard dog. He'd never before wished so much to have a peer. If only he'd killed the enemy sword saint. He could just argue that it was completely unnecessary to have him sit on the front lines if the enemy had no counter. But the old bastard had gotten away, so it seemed only natural that the kingdom keep its most powerful soldier on the front to defend against the enemy's sword saint. This sounds all fine and good, Your Majesty, but where will you camp your forces if not in Bluewick? Asked Lorist. I do not think it's necessary to keep my men on the front anymore now that you're here and in command. We've all been fighting this war for 2 years and it's time to rest. I'll return to the capital and the other nobles can go home and rest some while you wrap things up here, said the shameless bastard. Lorist's jaw fell through the floor. This shameless bastard, this good-for-nothing dandy was shoving everything onto him. He summoned every ounce of restraint he had to respond calmly, but just as he began exhaling to speak, the king clutched his hands. Please, Locke, it all depends on you. We are in the perfect position to end this in our victory and only you can ensure that this ends well. If you can end this war as things are now, with a complete surrender from the Union, then you'll be inscribed in the history books and on every monument, palace, and city and town square in the kingdom as its greatest noble for millennia to come. I believe the Union is no less wary of this war than we are, especially after this decisive strike. I do not think they have it left in them to fight on, so there's no need for us all to stay on the front. Locke, my brother, please stay just a little longer. You can return to the Northlands the moment the treaty is signed. I'll send food as soon as I return to the capital. I won't let you bear this burden alone. The visitors left early the next morning, before Lorist could come up with a counter-argument. Lorist couldn't let them go empty-handed, so he let each pick a single souvenir. He saw them off with a smile. It vanished the moment they were out of sight. Why am I not reaping all the benefits? Those fuckers pushed everything onto me. I'm a sword saint, for crying out loud. I'm one of the most powerful people on the continent, probably the most if you count my forces as well. Why, then, am I driven like a common easel? Why must I suffer so many donkey years? He spent the next day in self-loathing. He didn't even notice Charade coming into his study the next afternoon. When did you come in? Loris jumped when he finally noticed the figure. Where have you been in the past few days? Charade took 2 sips of his wine before he replied. How long have you been snoozing on your desk? You really have it easy, don't you? Don't get me started. Charade tossed him a handful of bound parchments. Take a look. It's the idea I mentioned a few days ago. Loris flipped the folder. What? You want to form another trade union? Chapter 521 Charade's Plan. If you can't kill the old one, just make a new one. 186 years ago, Duke Ford Moranti, who controlled the Folic Plains, made a sudden declaration that caused an immense upheaval that would end with the abolishment of feudal society within the lands he conquered and the establishment of the Union. Uniting with Twin-Head Dragon, Wesha, Mayflower, Rywald, Peterson, and Chichter, Ford formed the Ford Trade Union and traded with the other nations from their heartland in the plains. The Union's formation allowed the merchants, usually oppressed by the nobles, to finally have a reliable and trustworthy backing. Their statuses rose considerably as a result. They had a sovereign voice in the continent's geopolitics for the first time in history. The room was filled with all the house's administrative officials currently in Moranti. Everyone had answered Lorist's summons. Charade stood on the podium and lectured everyone on the Union's history, his proposal, and its suspected benefits for the house. To people who knew Moranti well and had lived there for more than a decade, like Lorist, Els, Charade, and Yuri, the officials that didn't understand the history and background of the city were rather troublesome. Lowe's asked why Lorist wouldn't just force half of the citizens to the north, like Yunj Chandler. His thoughts were simple. They would move half of the population to one place and solve 2 problems at once. Lorist smiled bitterly. It'd be great if things were that simple. The Union had fought against the Christian Empire for at least a century. Its old principles were ingrained in the people deeper than even religion. The Christian Empire was also their sworn enemies. They'd rather die than become their subjects. The people saw doing such a thing as disgracing their entire family line. Moving them to his land would do nothing but invite the trouble into his home. Like zealots amongst heathens, they'd spread their beliefs to his people, and eventually his own people would rise up against him. He couldn't even take willing people because they'd spread their ideals like a cancer, even if they didn't mean to. The time of its founding was very tough, Charade continued. The surrounding nations refused to have anything to do with such heretics for years. Many sealed their borders entirely, killing anyone that tried to cross the border. For years it was as though the world outside the Union's borders didn't exist at all. The Christian Empire saw their chance and tried to swallow it up. Christian IV forgot one important thing, however. The Union was a heresy on the way the continent worked, but it was far less of a threat, at least militarily, than his empire. The other kingdoms were more than willing to work with the Union to stop him once he started mobilizing. When they joined sides, the Union undid their prejudice enough to let them accept them, even if begrudgingly, and even became somewhat admired. The decades of war that followed ingrained their beliefs in them like a religious person suffering tribulations. Their final victory made them prideful and arrogant, on top of almost zealous belief in their principles. The people here would often tell me and His Grace that they were free men with giant smirks on their faces. Here you are no different from all the other common people, their eyes always said. We can never accept them as subjects. They will never bow their heads to someone else. These people are a unique breed. They will never subjugate themselves to anyone. They are also, however, merchants. Gold is their god. The big heads in the guilds couldn't have made a bigger mistake by implementing the aristocracy. They wanted to be equals to the nobles from the kingdoms and empires, but they've broken their connection to the freedom-loving people as a result. They originally wanted to take land from the empire, but then the War of Glass broke out and their plans changed. The big guilds benefited from the wars, but the rest of the Union suffered. Then the guilds went and moved their operations to their dominions, destroying the city's economy even further. The war with us is actually very convenient for the Union because they can shift blame to us for the suffering. All that said,
We fought in this war for 3 years. We took this city to end the war, but instead of negotiating with us, the bigwigs just pulled back and are preparing to drag this on even further. These merchants may have the titles of nobles, but they have none of the education and principles, none of the character, that has to come with it. I finished my investigation a few days ago. We wiped out all traces of the old guilds in the city, and with it their system to feed the people. As a result, that burden now falls to us. If we treat all the old guilds as foreigners to the Union, which isn't far off since they're all now based outside the old Union territories, then wouldn't this basically be the same Union of old? What did Charade mean? Apart from Lorist, everyone stared at him blankly. A few realized what he was saying. He was going to form a new, union. Without all the old merchants. Was this even possible? We can do it, Charade declared, as if reading everyone's thoughts. Duke Ford did it with even fewer people than we have now. And none of them were as educated and skilled as the million plus we have now. A century of war against kingdoms and empires have sculpted these people into irreparable egalitarians. Why not give them their wish? Charade's words stunned everyone. Most were nobles or about to be nobles. How could such thoughts come into their minds? One of the oldest feudal societies on the continent was now discussing how to form a second egalitarian one? What kind of a joke was this? If irony could kill. But Potter Fang stammered, the Union had the support of the 6 largest guilds. Their support is what let it survive. Moronti has nothing like that now. Most of the merchants hate us to the bone as well, as do many, if not most, of the people. Why would they work with us? It is easier to draw on a blank canvas. Charade smiled, this is exactly why this is the perfect time for something like this. Without any big forces to interfere and stamp their own mark on this, we can shape this new union however we wish. We can lift the syndicates up to replace the old guilds if need be. Without big guilds holding small merchants and individual entrepreneurs down to hold on to their own hegemonies, I have no doubt we'll see a miracle. Charade's plan had several key goals. First, uplifting the syndicates to fill in the space left by the now absent guilds together with the shrine guilds and unions. Second, removing the old restrictions so everyone could trade, make, sell, and buy as they wished. The guilds were previously in control of lawmaking and set up policies that benefited their competing economic interests at the expense of everyone else. Charade would keep these two forces completely separate so the governing body could be objective and make laws that benefited everyone. The House would only take recruits taken from the southern provinces as laborers, the rest would be used to fulfill his plan's third goal, forming a new defense force to man the city's surrounding citadels and, if possible, the rest of the positions in the plains. This would free up Lorist's legions to return home. It was not good to leave it so sparsely defended. The fourth goal was to reinvigorate the new union's industries. First on the list were the shipbuilding and fishing industries. These had the biggest potential for growth because they were now the most desolate. These were previously completely monopolized by the big guilds and had no small competitors. They were thus now completely empty and ripe for new guilds to take over. Finally, bringing merchants back to the city from the surrounding lands so they could start up shops and other businesses in the city and begin rebuilding its trade economy. At the same time, some of them would be made to focus on farming on granges outside the city so the population could be moved there partially. The city had to be downscaled, and the farmlands repopulated. This was unavoidable. Everything sounded great in theory, but Spiel knew the practical was far from it. And where will we find the money? Our coffers certainly can't pay for this, he asked. We don't have to put anything into this. Moronti has enough money hidden in it. We just have yet to dig it out of the ground. Chapter 522 Economic Measures. I went to check Moronti's financial records while we were doing our investigation. Can you believe they've collected just 7.6 million gold fords in tax over the last 3 years? Charade opened a large sky blue folder. It's all documented here. It's ridiculous. Back when His Grace and I were still students here, the Union collected 30 million every year. The greatest year was 69 million. Now it's just a fifth of that. Why? Simple. The Union is run by merchants, but the aristocracy has certain unavoidable consequences inherent in its structure. The Union used to rely purely on trade. But after it started expanding aggressively, trade ceased. It forced the Union to rely mostly on raiding and plundering. At the same time, these riches were sent to and hoarded in the guild's new dominions, rather than being invested in Moronti and put back into circulation. It's pretty good that we got even just 4 million fords from the city. It was almost exclusively meant to fund Invincible. My investigation revealed something else as well. I was told that when the high officials and the nobles were about to surrender, they tried to have the people leave their possessions behind and take as much of the money instead. If they claimed it was part of their personal property, we'd let them leave with it. They could then return it at a later date once we were gone. Luckily most of the civilians refused and took their personal stuff with them instead. Moronti is full of riches, but most of it is not in the guild's safes and coffers, but distributed amongst all the inhabitants. If things are still anything like what they used to be, every household should have about 40 gold fords stored away somewhere, whether in actual coinage or in valuable heirlooms. Take Sir Elsa's old friend, Jindas. His syndicate earned nearly 100,000 by smuggling meat into the city. The Union didn't resort to rations and handouts because nobody had any money, but because there weren't any resources. They tout their ideals so proudly, but they've nothing but slaves by some other name. Reinvigorating Moronti's economy can be done. We just need a bit of money and some supplies to kickstart the market. Everything else will follow on its own. If we pump the 4 million we got from the city back into the economy and make our products available in the market, everything will be done. Lorist rapped the table with his fist and stood up, stopping the chatter that followed Charade's declaration. Raiding and taking wealth is the easiest way to get rich. But as we take wealth away, we also gain grudges and animosity. I eliminated Hanayabarta, executed all its inhabitants, and built a pyramid with their skulls. I plundered their storehouses, coffers, and safes. I erased a kingdom built over a century. I feel no shame, I feel no guilt, I sleep soundly at night because they deserved everything I did to them and more. But we cannot do this everywhere we go. You've all heard Charade. Moronti's wealth isn't somewhere we can conveniently take it and slip away. We'd have to pry it bit by bit from the hands of the city's people. I know you're itching for a fight, Lowe's, but how will this get us anywhere closer to a peaceful continent? And I know you would love to fill our coffers with the money we take from the city's people, but with the trade network Moronti offers and the markets it has destroyed, where would we sell our products to make a profit in the coming years? We may on occasion act like bandits, but we must not let our foresight be that of bandits as well. My family did not survive for 300 years by plundering everyone around them. We do not have the history of bandits, understand? I am ashamed that rather than banditry being a last resort, and you all jumping at a plan that meant we didn't have to steal from people, you all oppose the plan like a thief being told to do some honest work. You disappoint me, Lowe's, and all of you that stood with him and supported his call for plunder. Think carefully about the principles on which our society and our position in it as nobles is founded. I want a reflection in writing from each of you. Genalio, you'll handle taking them in, report to me when you have them all. If anyone doesn't know these principles, please come to me and I'll happily drill them into your thick skulls. Lorist didn't shout or yell, but his words exploded in his men's ears one by one. Their faces were so red one could swear they were bleeding under their skin. Everyone reflected on his words and quickly realized why he was so angry. Plundering the nobles and the leaders, plundering government coffers, and plundering the peasantry were two completely different things. They'd taken the city from the merchant guilds, so it was fine to take everything they owned, but the peasantry were a different matter. Shamelessly stealing them dry would stain Lorist's name and that of his house forever. It wasn't unlikely that he'd become known as the Bandit Duke.
It wasn't really so much that they'd be plundering the peasantry, it was not uncommon for invading armies to clean out the cities they invaded, nobles and peasants alike, but none did it after giving their word that they wouldn't. Keeping one's word was one of the most fundamental principles to nobles, it was the basis of all their authority and standing in society. Their word, their honor was everything. If Lorist stole from the normal city folk after vowing not to, and did so without a valid reason for breaking his word, he'd have no reputation left and no way to ever reclaim it because his very integrity as a noble would have been destroyed and no one would ever trust him again. It would be even worse because Lorist had claimed he'd come only to end the war and bring peace to the ravaged lands where nobles fought for their own ambitions and bled their people dry. On top of all that, he had vowed not just as one of the highest-ranking nobles on the continent, but as one of its less than a handful of sword saints. He stood at the continent's peak in nearly every way, and his honor was held in far higher esteem than anyone else's. To break his word would mean the longest fall from grace ever recorded in Grindian history. Money is not like food or clothes or tools. It doesn't have any worth sitting in a coffer. Its only value is in being exchanged for other things. It's only worth something when it's flowing in a market, changing hands all the time. Sigh, talking to you feels like talking to a brick wall. I've gone through Charade's proposal, but we can't rush it. We mustn't agitate the Union unnecessarily before we know that they aren't willing to negotiate. Neither can we just sit around and wait for word that may never come. So, I've decided to take the following steps while we wait. First, we'll pass the saws we captured from Invincible out to the shipyards and hire technicians to turn them into fishing ships. Then we'll put them up for sale. We will encourage the peasants to buy them and start fishing. At the same time, we'll issue permits for fishing in the Sunshine Seas under North Seas protection. If no one is willing to buy the ships, we'll recruit sailors. I don't doubt that things will pick up once the boys make a few successful trips. Also, the confiscated linen ropes can be used to make nets. Second, we'll form 2 garrison divisions by picking elite soldiers from the captives and let them take charge of patrolling the outer city. Potter Fang, Els, that's your baby. We'll source their equipment from Firebird. If they are satisfactory, I will form a few more to replace our forces in the citadels on the plains. Third, we'll restore the farmland around Mass and Gypsy and start planting again. We will form granges and hire willing people to build them and sell them to the people left in the city once they're done. Pay everyone we hire in half portions of money and supplies. We'll take the money for everything out of our plunder from the inner city. It should go without saying this isn't charity. I have every intent of making every copper and then some back once things are up and running. I have also ordered North Sea to move all the goods here from Sai Laoaz. I've seen a good opportunity to sell our stuff here in Moranti. Most of the merchants we used to move our spoils to the island purchased a lot of our stuff before heading back. They have expressed their interest in continued trade with us, but complain that Sai Laoaz is too far and the seas too dangerous weather-wise. Since they feel that way, we'll just move trade from Sai Laoaz to Moranti. We'll ship everything from my lands to the island, and from there to Moranti where we'll sell it to the merchants. We couldn't do this before because Chichter and Peterson wouldn't let us, but they're completely out of the picture now, so we can trade directly with the merchants. Moving trade here will jumpstart the economy whilst giving us direct access to the southern half of the continent. Both sides thus benefit greatly from this arrangement. Finally, there's the question of who'll be my ambassador here and handle things on my behalf. I've put Charade in charge of that. He'll work with the council to set up the new government and put everything in place to get the city running again. Once the city is working again, we'll hand the plains over as well. Even if we don't declare this new union officially formed, by setting up this interim government in the meantime, even if our negotiation go through, we can still cause the union trouble. Lorist, Janalio, and Reedy visited the slowly awakening commercial districts in disguise several days later. Life was slowly returning to the place and footfalls grew ever increasing in number with every day that passed. The first of the products imported from the Northlands was finally hitting the stalls and shelves. It was a great setup.
Even if products were sold at 3 times what they'd cost back home, it was still considered cheap here and would sell out quickly. Lorist expected the first batches to result in a stampede sale as people stockpiled everything they could get their hands on, since they didn't know whether this was a once-off thing or whether it was here to stay. Things should settle down in a few days and a more normal, healthy sales rate should take hold. Lorist was forced to swallow his words in laughter when Tarkle reported some of the discussions he'd overheard in the city. It turned out people weren't stampede buying because they were unsure of whether it would last, but because everything was so cheap. Peterson had bought its flour from Lorist at 5 times the kingdom's price but could still sell it for double that here because of the shortage. This had gone on for years, so everyone had come to expect that to be the normal price. A market used to threefold the price they were now getting would naturally soak it up like dry earth soaks up the first rains of the season. All the hatred towards him and his people built up because of their killings and gruesome displays were slowly beginning to fade. It would still take quite a bit more for them to become just normal foreigners again, but at least things were beginning to head in the right direction. This slow change was helped along when the first payment cycle came around and Lorist's people paid everyone their full salaries on time. A nondescript figure grew out of the crowds and whispered something in Genalio's ear before melting back into the masses. "Your Grace," Genalio carried over the message, "Viscount Penelope is back. It's just him out of the group we sent though. He's not alone. It seems he has a Union ambassador with him. It's Peterson's vice president, apparently." Chapter 523 Response to the Peace Negotiations. The raving lunatic is a great enemy, but a horrible ally. Lorist's gut told him there would either be no negotiations, or very bad ones, the moment he say Viscount Penelope. Genalio said Peterson's vice president had come with him. What did this mean? He was an old acquaintance of Lorist's. He could not have come just to talk about those old days, could he? As expected, Penelope's tone was moaning when he greeted Lorist. "Revered Lord Norton, I apologize for not having fulfilled my task. I did my utmost, but the Union will not negotiate. They will not stop the war. This is disappointing to hear, but your efforts are dearly appreciated. This is not your fault, Penelope, and I do not hold it against you." Lorist invited Penelope to sit with a warm smile and had Genalio serve him fruit wine. "What is the Union planning?" Invincible was gone and Moronti and the plains were in his hands. Their army was at half strength at best. Most were their elites, but even they could not compare to his men. The Union only held on to what it currently had because he had no desire to plunge his men back into war. Were he willing, however, he could smash through their lines and crush them completely without too heavy losses. "They can't just be doing this just to spite me. There had to be something more to this. They had to have a trick still left up their sleeve." What, however, Lorist could not guess. Maybe he'd just not taught them a harsh enough lesson. This continued stubbornness angered him. They should just lie down and accept their fate. They were making things unnecessarily difficult for him. They should really just sit down and hand everything over to him. They had no right to be this stubborn. "I have another confession, Your Grace. My companions became ill on the way to the Union strongholds. They are too sick to return, so I had to come back alone. They hope you will release their families so they can reunite soon." Genalio clicked his tongue. What ill? They were fully kitted for the journey and they were all silver rank. No silver rank would fall ill so easily. This was nothing but an excuse to get out of captivity. It seemed Penelope was the only man with a good conscience and a working moral compass. Such a journey must surely be tiring for feeble silver ranks. I could not expect such weak bodies to come back through the cold so quickly. "Don't worry, I'll look after their families carefully and they can reunite safely once the war ends." "That will do as well." Penelope was not inclined to argue on behalf of people unwilling to fulfill their tasks to earn their freedom, so he dropped the matter unceremoniously. "The Union refused to negotiate, but they are willing to keep in touch with your captives and yourself. That's why they've sent Count Kaet, Peterson's vice president. I am told you've had dealings with one another in the past, before the war, that is. He's come to be the Union's ambassador. Vice President Kaet. Why would he come? Genalio, quick! Get my old friend in here. Yes, Your Grace. President Peterson was very helpful when I left Moronti all those years ago. I dealt with Vice President Kaet when we started trading with the Union years later. Do you know what he has come to discuss? I'm afraid I don't, Your Grace. It is a matter of discussion between two enemy factions. I, a captive of one side, would not be told, certainly not when I'm a defeated and disgraced admiral. I tried to convey your intentions for peace to the Union, but they were only interested in the particulars of my defeat. I'm being blamed for the Union's current state. Honestly, it's a miracle I was even allowed to come back and wasn't just executed on the spot. The general's face slowly reddened as he spoke and his heart raced. They know nothing of what happened. They know nothing of the circumstances of my defeat. They were so convinced of their superiority and the certainty of their victory that they wholly believe I must be the most incompetent admiral ever to have sailed on the sea, or have lost on purpose. It could not be denied that the admiral had suffered a historic defeat, but he could not be accused of incompetence. Had the fight been any less one-sided technology-wise, Lorist would have lost. Hell, even with his overwhelming superiority on the technology tree, the admiral had brought him to the brink of defeat. Had the admiral not charged onto his ship, but one of the others, the fight might well have ended in Lorist's defeat. Lorist searched awkwardly for consoling words, to no avail. Luckily only a few awkward seconds passed before Genalio brought the vice president into the room. Aha! Vice President Kaet, my old friend, it's been too long. Are you well? It is a happy day to meet you again, Lord Duke. Kaet exclaimed as he greeted Lorist, I didn't think you'd become my guild's enemy. Now you've even conquered our old capital and chased out of the plains. You've done what emperors and an entire empire could not. The world never ceases to amaze me. Old friend. I never wanted to be the Union's enemy. I want more than anyone else to end this horrible war and turn everything back to how it was before the war. I want not to point fingers and put blame on anyone's lap. I just want this to end. I have returned to the front lines for this sole purpose. I had hoped that with this attack I could bring you stubborn boys back to the table, but now you've turned me down again. Tell me, have you grown fond of war? Sigh. Kaet didn't know how to respond at first. Once Lorist's words sank in, however, he blasted back with a livid reply. Andanak started all of this. That blasted king marched his men into our lands. You are the aggressors here. You started this bloody war. You were the first to slaughter our nobles, the first to break the age-old taboo. You yourself wiped out one of our guilds like dogs. You disgraced us and then you have the nerve to criticize us for not surrendering to you tyrants? Tell me, Lord Duke, is your skin thick enough to deny your crimes? If so, I don't know how you get out of bed in the morning. Oh! An alien smile cracked Lorist's face. I don't know how the Empire's territory became yours. Auguslo, my king, waged a just war to reclaim the lands rightfully his by inheritance. You are the invaders, the foreign settlers. You are the greedy bastards stretching your dog claws into what is rightfully ours. Whatever. You merchants know nothing about nobility, and noble honor and prestige. You wear the clothes and spout the words, but you do not live the lives. You do not inherit anything, you know nothing about family heritage, so of course you would think something belongs to you just because you could steal it. We're just teaching you how to be proper nobles. Land belongs to you because you have a claim hundreds of years old and a centuries-long history and bond with the land, not because you managed to chase the true owners off the land. See what you did? I said I didn't want to argue blame, but now you've made me go down that road. I can't sit idly by and watch you monkeys mock us for having tails. I don't know what you're up to, refusing my offer of peace when you're on the brink of being wiped out completely, nor do I particularly care. Tell me, what secret mission do you have? You. Kaet wanted to argue, but Lorist gazed at him with a murderous gaze, and he knew the man was a sort saint, so he swallowed his words. He acted with restraint and respect in their previous meetings, but he always looked down on this little noble from the barbarian north. Now, however, the man was a sort saint. And one that could go toe-to-toe with the unions. He could not offend this man. Kaet dropped the familiarity with which he'd behaved before. His countenance became far and cold. He bowed stiffly. I am Count Kaet Wesrina and I serve in this meeting as the Ford Trade Union's ambassador. I greet the Bloodblade Saint, Norton Lorist, Duke of the Northlands with the respect his title is due. I come to bring the Union's official response regarding your suit for peace. Go on. The Union is willing to speak of peace, but such talks will not take place as long as even one Andanak foot stands on our land. We will speak of peace only once you and your king withdraw from our lands, including the 7 provinces and the lands of our allied countries in the north, pay reparations for your transgressions, and admit to your crimes. The Union was not comparable to the Christian Empire when we last fought, but we still won. The war lasted 50 years, but we won. This has lasted just 3, do you really think we will give in now? Do you really think we can not fight you for the next 50 years until you've bled white? Even if we have to fight you for a century, we will do so. The Union is ever victorious. Lorist, Genalio, and Penelope's mouth scraped the floor. Did this man still have his brains? This sounded more like their declaration of war than a call for peace. What gave the Union their confidence? No. This could not be called confidence. This was a delusion. A collective insanity had swept over the entire Union. Nonsense! Men! Shouted Genalio. Kaet was being too rude. He'd insulted Lorist. Ambassadors were generally free to speak to their counterparts as equal, regardless of any rank difference, so they could openly convey their messages, but this was an insult. Ambassadors, as unfettered as their speech may be, could not shout at their counterparts. Duke Norton. I am an ambassador. This is the Union's reply. Kaet remained stock straight. That all? Nothing else? Lorist stared at Kaet with an interested gaze. He waved his guards down. He could tell the ambassador had just recited the message. These were not his own words. There was no point in killing the messenger. Hey? You're not going to kill me. Kill you? Why would I? I am not your heartless comrades. I am not an uncultured, uneducated, barbarous merchant. Your reply is perfectly understandable. You can't expect an idiot to speak in proper sentences, after all. I forgive your mistake. You guys are just being sore losers. You want to fight until there's nothing left of you. Fine by me. I'll just wipe you off the face of the continent for good, then. A proper noble treats his guest, an ambassador even more so, with all the etiquette and decorum he has, even if the poor sod is a monkey. You don't have to worry, you just barely qualify as a monkey, so I'll treat you properly. Now, tell me. I know you didn't come here just to give me that little babble. What else are you here for? Kaet shook violently. We're still at war, but hostilities have ceased for the time being, so I've been sent to come get our captives. We are willing to pay a fair price. Chapter 524 Leaving the camps with nothing. Greed is the death of good men. Ha 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 ha. Charade laughed badly in the couch, clutching his stomach. It was far too much of a joke, and such a foolish stroke would definitely remain one of the staple moments of history. In the entire 2,000-year history of the continent after the magic civilization, even including the millennium-long Dark Ages, there were countless unexpected results that came about from the interaction of two factions. However, not one was as laughable as the Union's reply. Lorist had suggested a peace negotiation, yet they came back with a declaration of war. Usually, when nobles were at each other's necks, they would respond to requests or queries politely. If one side proposed peace, even if the other didn't agree, they would still be polite in their rejection. Such was the etiquette. No noble had ever broken this basic rule. The Union was the first. A bunch of fools. They don't know what's good for them. Lorist barked. Kaet's kamikaze-like attitude made him want to vomit. Did they really think Lorist was a complete fool and would anger so easily? They sent him here to piss you off, said Charade. I know. I won't fall for it. I don't understand what the Union is trying to achieve. How do they hope to continue this war? They must think they can use the city's people as a bargaining chip. They must think we can't handle them, so if they anger you, you'll vent on them. It'll incite a massive uprising and we'll lose control of the city. Either they then get the city back, or we keep pouring in people to keep control, and we keep losing men. Hee, aren't they idealistic? Lorist laughed, we'll make them regret it. Also, how are your negotiations? I came precisely to make my report. I've not come across any problems with the syndicates. They're actually happy to see the guilds gone and are willing to be the new city administrators. Even if it's temporary, they stand to benefit a lot. The shrine sector is also responding positively. The 27 shrines couldn't be happier about our invitation. The shrines are the ones most harmed by the rationing system. They despise the guilds for sapping their income so badly. They are all too happy to take over governing the city. The two remaining academies aren't as cooperative. St. William Academy and St. Molinka Academy survived only because the guilds kept funding them. They're the last of the 28 academies the city used to have. They had a good relationship with the guilds since their students were mostly from the guilds. They've ignored my invitations completely. Haha, since they don't want grace, we'll kick them out. We still need a representative for the academy sector though. Have Tarkle tracked down all the former administrators and teachers. We'll found another academy, several if possible. Put them under the new government. There certainly is still a market for academies. Moronti has 1 million inhabitants and thousands of prospective students. For now we'll offer loans so they can study. A good idea, Your Grace, Charade said as his eyes flashed brightly. The 28 academies used to be open and assimilated all sorts of cultures and methods, making Moronti the holy land for furthering one's studies and even earning it its moniker Academy City, unlike its current state with only 2 academies that only served to train new personnel for the guilds. They also accepted normal citizens, but most couldn't afford the fees anymore. When Moronti's economy stabilizes, the people will start to think about education. When we were studying in Dawn Academy, there were 28 academies and 200,000 students. Moronti's population was only 800,000. The academy sector used to be the most crowded. You remember when I followed you for patrols one day, a student realized there were even quite a few senior students who'd studied in the academy for more than 6 years and even formed their families and had children in the student dorms. Yet, studying a specialized course used to cost 6 gold fords. It was expensive for the average person, but many still paid so their children could study. If they used up their funds, the students could work for a period before resuming their studies, and there were many ways to earn money. But ever since the War of Glass and the worsening relations between the Union and its neighbors, most foreign students left. They were also the majority of the student body. It's no surprise the academies closed. Even if we sponsor 10,000 students, it won't cost more than 10,000 fords. I can bear that. Let's consider it a memento for my decade here. All right, it's decided. Now that the Union has responded, we can go ahead with our plans. Take over everything, trade and administration. We can even change the governing body into a new city council and set Moronti up as the capital of the plains. Instructed Lorist. Understood. They will be really delighted to hear they will become the new city council, replied Charade. Oh, and tell Jindas to be more loose and let others have a chance. It'll be enough for him to have a tight grip on the 2 new sentry divisions. Military power is most important during war after all. Charade nodded. I'm sure Jindas will understand. Janalio entered after knocking on the door. Your Grace, Supervisor Spiel and Sir Tarkle have arrived. Let them in. Spiel and Tarkle entered. I've called you over to get your input. Count Kaet came yesterday. The Union rejected our offer and refused to negotiate. They've instead demanded we release their prisoners for ransom. I've agreed, briefed Lorist. But, my lord, the prisoners still have most of their wealth. They're still spending it at the tavern. We'll lose all of that money. Spiel griped. I know, don't worry. I won't let them leave with their wealth. We're holding Kaet in the military prison outside the city so he won't notice our moves. Charade, start negotiating the ransom with the Count, begin with the Blade Masters and move down from there. The Hide Gold Bay nobles will be last on the list. Increase their debts in the taverns tenfold. We'll only agree to paying the ransom once the Union settles those bills. As you wish. I shall do my best, sighed Charade. Don't do your best. Get it done. The Union is aware of our current situation, we have to keep them talking to stop them getting suspicious. Make us sound desperate. They'll want to drag negotiations on in that case as well. Tarkle, tell me about the docks camp. There've been 17 brawls and robberies, in the last week. Mostly because captives are preying on one another. They've formed gangs and are competing for territory. We've chosen to ignore everything as long as no one dies. I've given the order that it should be encouraged as subtly as possible. That's also what's behind the increase in recent spending. They aren't settling for porridge because they can't afford to become weak and have everything stolen. So they're coughing up the money to buy meat. Our profits should grow to 100,000 gold a day soon. Lorist shook his head. It's too slow. One tavern isn't enough, set up more all over the camp. Open a casino if you can, or a brothel. Start a few pawn shops as well. We don't just want their gold, we want their belongings as well. Your Grace is a true genius. Tarkle exclaimed, I haven't even thought of that. Lorist rolled his eyes. Buzz off. Don't let others know I was the one who came up with it. I just want the people to have as fun a time as is possible under the circumstances. The price is only high because it's difficult to provide everything in wartime. Also, have Pajik set up another camp for the people who are out of money. They'll get only the normal rations. Kaet can negotiate for those prisoners only. We'll move people over as they use up their money and the Union can negotiate for them then. No matter how we do it, we have to bleed them dry. My only condition is you must not disrupt the camps. We can move behind the scenes, but we must not make promises we can't or won't keep. Understood, Your Grace, Tarkle saluted, I know what to do. Chapter 525 Danag's Encounters. The conquering king rarely has a faithful wife. The wise king will rule from home rather than take the field. Danag used to be a mercenary. When he was 15, he took the sword his father left behind and joined his uncle Wag's small but reputable mercenary band, the Bloodblade Squad. After 5 years of adventuring, Danag grew from a rookie mercenary into a seasoned hunter and an expert scout. So, his uncle began to consider his future. You should go to the academy to study. There's no way you're going to work as a rough mercenary for the rest of your life like uncle, his uncle had said all too often. He hoped his nephew would study for a couple of years and learn something worthwhile rather than just mingling with the rough and rowdy mercenaries. He didn't want him to be a lowly poor peasant for his whole life. Danag, however, didn't want to study. He liked the free mercenary life, but his uncle was strict and unrelenting and forced him to go along with his plans. Just as Danag helplessly resigned himself to becoming a student of St. Marceau Academy in Moranti, the War of Glass began. It changed his fate completely. Though the hot-blooded mercenaries first banded together to resist Tarabo's invasion, they eventually became the invaders like the Union itself.
Bloodblade also served as a hired lance during the war and quickly expanded. They fought their way into Terabo and eventually turned into lawless bandits. They committed all sorts of crimes. To them, the war was a rave party. It was exactly the kind of days mercenaries desired. But the good times didn't last long. The straight-laced Terabo 7 suddenly offered huge bounties and turned the battle into a war of angels and demons, a battle in which mortal men had no future. Danag's uncle was among the first killed. As the first leader of Bloodblade and a 2-star gold rank, he led a group of elite mercenaries and raided Terabo nobles' manors. During one such raid he was ambushed by 2 blade masters and his entire contingent was wiped out. Danag found only his uncle's decapitated body. He was still grieving when the band began to disintegrate. No one could agree how to split their plunder. Disagreements became fights, and fights became duels. Less than half of the surviving band were still alive when the fighting ended, and they left whatever they could carry. The band was disbanded. After burying his uncle, Danag joined the guild army Twin-Head Dragon formed, bent on taking revenge. He hoped to fight in the vanguard, to have as many enemies to kill as his blade could fell. He had no chance against the blade masters who killed his uncle, but he could go after the enemy king. But the entire war was a joke. He never fought in field battles or siege, hell, there were none. He spent the entire war in camp waiting for a chance to fight, only to hear one day that they'd won the war. Rumor had it the king had killed himself. The Union bigwigs split the spoils and land and everything ended. A single mercenary's hatred didn't matter. He didn't have anywhere to go either. His uncle was his only family, he had no idea what to do now. He eventually remembered his uncle's wish that he study, but he had no money. The survivors of the band had taken everything. He'd earned a good salary while in the army, but he'd blown everything on booze and women. He had no choice but to keep working for the guild. He fought in all the Union's wars for the next decade. He'd been there for all the great victories and losses, and somehow survived. His track record eventually earned him the name Danag the Lucky. He'd need all of the luck for what he now faced. His current mission was to infiltrate Moronti. The guild's chief supervisor, Sloth, had personally met them and promised the president himself would promote them to knights and give them great rewards if they were successful. More than 10 years of experience had molded Danag into a seasoned veteran. He knew the bigger the reward was, so too were the risks. However, having the chance to become a knight moved him. He had fought in many battles and had quite the reputation, but he was still just a mid-tier officer. He was a mercenary. Even when he had served for more than a decade and was a 3-star silver rank, he couldn't compare with the new talent the guild was cultivating. To the guild, Danag would forever be an outsider. He didn't care about the money. As long as he could fulfill his mission, he would be promoted to a knight of Duke Coblight himself. That meant the guild would have accepted him. From that day on, he would be treated the same as the talent the guild cultivated. He would definitely get a bigger salary and a higher position. Even his children would be accepted and receive proper training. His worries would be over. This was a chance. Not one of his comrades turned the mission down. Danag didn't think it would be that dangerous anyway. He just had to infiltrate the city and establish contact with his foregoers. From there he'd take them to a secret armory and help them distribute the weapons to the people and incite a revolt. Simple, much easier than the one when he was trapped on a hill by the Mid-Southern Nations Cavalry Corps. He recalled he had been trapped for nearly 10 days and even lacked water. He had to drink his pee to survive. To prevent the cavalrymen from discovering he was hiding there, he had to lie on the ground for 3 whole days. The hardest thing about this mission was that he had to survive through the uprising. He knew how dangerous a revolt could be. Especially for him, since the enemy was bound to come after the leaders first. He chose a mercenary called Ricador as his partner. The mission had 8 participants, all of them mercenaries. They split into 4 groups to infiltrate the city. They'd reunite inside. Sloth told them the city had a group inside already, but they'd been unable to achieve their goals. The first group sent word that House Norton's tyranny had sparked a sense of resistance among the citizens, but they didn't have any weapons. The informants themselves were also understaffed and couldn't effectively incite a revolt. They hoped the guilds could send them some. Slough had said Rywald once transported 3 ships' worth of weapons from Hyde Gold Bay. They'd left the shipment in a warehouse in the city and never got around to moving it to their dominion. Danag and Ricador wandered for days to shake off any prying eyes suspicious of their activities. They passed through Titanini Mountains and headed to Callisto Hills, pretending to be mercenaries returning from Causton and heading to Moronti to sell their catch. The Norton soldiers by the East Gate weren't interested in them and casually let them in. They head for their rendezvous point, a place called the Red Grace Inn. A man in his 20s sat behind the counter. He complained when he saw the secret sign. "What's the deal? The rest arrived days ago. We're only waiting for you." "I'm sorry, we were playing it safe," Danag apologized. "We didn't think House Norton's security would be so lax, unlike what you reported. We also saw many people walking about the streets doing shopping. The city seems very peaceful. Where is this revolt you talked about? What's going on? You're a sharp one. You're much smarter than your partners." When they arrived, they started eating right away. They even told us to get them women. They didn't even know what got them. "I didn't want to waste my energy here, but I guess you're not the type to yield without a struggle," said the youth as he smiled and put his sword on the counter. Danag and Ricador drew their own, retreating towards the door slowly. "A trap then?" The request was fake, asked Danag as he observed his surroundings. "Yes. After we catch you, we will send another saying you're all idiots who got caught by the Nortons. 7 of you died and any escaped. The revolt never happened. We'll ask for another batch of reinforcements," answered the young man. He drew his sword from its scabbard lazily. "You can bring out all your hiding friends," said Danag. The young man shook his head. "Nobody is hiding. Don't worry, I'm the only one. You see that small door behind me? If you can defeat or kill me, you can leave through there safely. Nobody will stop you. As for the front door, forget it. My senior apprentice brother is outside and if you can't even defeat me, you'll have no hopes of escaping. You have a master." Danag squinted. "Yes," the young man sighed, "actually, I don't really like fighting and killing. But my master wanted me to come and said I could use the free training partners. This is much safer than fighting on the battlefield," he said. "All right, come on. I'll give you a chance. You're talented. Won't you serve House Norton?" Ricador charged forward without saying a word. When Danag saw the glow on the hot-blooded Ricador's blade, he cried loudly and charged as well. The Windstorm Sword Saint's residence still stood atop Bryn Hills. It was now Lorist's residence. Tarkle stepped onto the balcony hurriedly. Lorist lay on a chair in a corner. "What's wrong?" "Genalio fine. He is, Your Grace. He captured the last informants. It's just he took longer than usual. Reedy's already scolded him. We just got a message from the capital." "Oh. Didn't our king return already? Did he cause trouble again?" "Well..." Tarkle hesitated. "I don't know how to say this, Your Grace." "What's so hard to say? Just read the message." "Okay. The Queen is 7 months pregnant," said Tarkle, hiding his smile by lowering his head. "The Queen's pregnant? Great news. I guess we'll have to prepare some gifts to celebrate." "Wait, 7 months? 7 months?" Lorist repeated. "Yes. What a scandal. Auguslo was gone from the capital for 3 years and had only just returned. Clearly the Queen had had an affair. His crown was green. What was he going to do? He might normally just execute the woman, but she was a Fizzabalin. The letter says the Queen didn't welcome the king when he returned.
She tried to hide from him saying she was ill, but the king went with a bunch of nobles to check on her. The moment he saw her, the king realized she was pregnant. He slew her 4 servants on the spot. The queen fainted at the scene. Lorist was speechless. The king won't be ascending to the imperial throne for at least 2 years. One wearing a green cap is a popular Chinese saying of being cheated on. It's a reference to people losing their lovers to other men during their time in the military, hence the green cap. In this case, Auguslo was literally on a military campaign.